Are we pardoned? Thank you. We are going to have a great, great day. Thank you.
I think we can do better than that. Remember, there are people online as well. They need to hear you. Good morning. It's so lovely to see so many of you here. My name is Denzel Chetty. It's my pleasure to welcome each one of you. And I think before we hand over to the program director for the day, I'm just going to introduce you to some of the colleagues who are working in the background. So this particular event is firstly a celebration of UNISA's 150 years. How many of you know UNISA is 150 years? Right? 150 years celebration of UNISA, and we opted to give back to the community as part of our 150 years. So part of why you are here is to really say that over the 150 years we built a collaboration with the community, and we really want to strengthen it, and specifically with teachers at this time. I'm going to introduce you to some of our colleagues that are part of this collaboration. So what you see in front of you is a collaboration between UNISA, the Academic Development Open Virtual Hub, Microsoft, and RGB Gaming. So let me start first with our colleagues from RGB Gaming so that you can see who they are. RGB Gaming colleagues, if you can stand up. Okay. You're going to see some fascinating stuff that they are doing. RGB Gaming has built up a collaboration with UNISA over the past 2 years, and including all the fascinating equipment in the front that you see is part of what we're going to be demoing today as part of the session. Second is we have Microsoft with us. Microsoft, please can you stand up? Panela, Bianca. Thanks. Microsoft. Charmaine as well, thank you very much. And they're gonna basically speak to some of the developments that Microsoft are doing, specifically in the education space. But we're also going to have Charmaine talk about, from a schooling perspective, what is actually happening in the school environment. And then last but not least, we have the Adovh team. I didn't even ask you all to stand up here. We have the Adovh team with us. These are the colleagues from the Academic Development Open Virtual Hub, and they've been running in the background. And I'm looking for Prof. Makano. Where's Prof. Makano? Oh, Prof. Makano. And Prof. Makano, who is the Acting Executive Director for the Department of Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning. And we're actually very excited to have her with us as well. Thank you, Holly. Thanks. So if you need anything, please, these are the colleagues that you'll work with, together with the colleagues on the extreme left-hand side. So please feel free during the time when we're having the practical sessions, just call on them and they will be able to assist you with whatever you need. I'm going to release you. It's at this time my pleasure to invite our program director for the day. And considering the fact it's Women's Month, and it's a very silent, I said considering the fact that it's Women's Month, it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Makato Kuno to serve as the program director for us. Dr. Makato Kuno is the newly appointed director for the Directorate for Instructional Support and Services in UNISA. It is a strategic department director that looks at providing support to academics, students across the campus, and especially also some of the key elements in the regions as well fall under Dr. Makato Kuno. She has a background in ICT, plus she has a background in e-learning, and considering the fact of today's particular topic, it's our privilege to have Dr. Makato Kuno. So please welcome Dr. Makato Kuno.
Good morning once more, colleagues. Thank you, Dr. Chetty, for the introductions. Colleagues, without any waste of time, let me call upon, according to our program, let me call upon Dr. Chetty. My apologies, let me project the program. Dr. Chetty, who's going to welcome us with Lwazi as well. Dr. Chetty, over to you. Later. Okay, thank you. Then, Dr. Tsepe, please can you come and do the meditation for us? Thank you. Over to you.
Good morning, teachers. And how's the day so far? Thank you very much. My task is, as Dr. Makato said, bring you into meditation. And today I will base my meditation as I stand before you today with immense gratitude for your incredible role as teachers. Your dedication, passion, and commitment to shaping young minds are truly commendable. Thank you for your dedication and commitment. Your work as teachers is a vital part of building a brighter future. There is a quote that I like, and it speaks of a teacher by an unknown author. It says, "A great teacher takes a hand, opens the mind, and touches the heart." Meaning that when you teach, you need to touch somebody's heart. And by doing so, it will make this child that you have taught, or this elderly person that you have taught, when you meet in the street, they will be happy to see you. Unlike others who will hide under the bridges when they see you. At times when they hide, it is because we didn't touch their hearts. I want to take a few moments to reflect on 2 verses from the big book that holds valuable lessons for all of us. The first book that I want to read from, it's a letter that was written by Paul to the Romans. And we find that in chapter 12, verse 7. And I'm going to take the last part of that verse, and it says, "If your gift is teaching, teach well." This short verse carries a powerful message. It reminds us that teaching is not just a task, but a calling that requires excellence. As teachers, we have the privilege of imparting knowledge, nurturing curiosity, and instilling values in our learners. It's not merely about conveying information, but about igniting a lifelong love for learning. Each lesson, each interaction matters. Let us remember that we are entrusted with a significant responsibility, and our efforts can shape the future. So whether you teach maths, science, language, or any subject, let us teach well, with dedication and a heart committed to making a positive impact. The second scripture reading from the book of Colossians chapter 3, verse 23 to 24. It says, "Whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, as working for the Lord, not for human masters, since you know that you will receive an inheritance from the Lord as a reward. It is the Lord Christ who you are serving." Now, the verse that I have read carries a profound message of motivation to us as teachers. This verse encourages us to approach our work, including teaching, with dedication and excellence. It reminds us that our work as teachers transcends the classroom. We are not just educating students here. We are serving God in our calling. Remember, I said teaching is calling. When we teach with all our hearts, we honor God and fulfill our purpose. The impact we have on our students extends far beyond academic achievement. We have the opportunity to shape character, build confidence, and inspire dreams. Every effort, no matter how seemingly small, is an offering to our God. Now, in conclusion, as we stand at the intersection of faith and education, let us embrace these two verses or these two scriptures that I have read as guiding principles. Let us strive for excellence, not for our recognition, but as an offering to God. Let us approach each day with a heart that seeks to make a difference, not just in the lives of our students, but in the greater tapestry of God's plan. May we continue to teach well and serve with all our hearts, knowing that our efforts are meaningful and impactful in the eyes of the one who had sent us. Can we bow our heads? I am going to pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you with hearts full of gratitude for the incredible privilege of being educators. We recognize that teaching is not just a profession, but a calling that comes with great responsibility. We ask for your guidance and blessings, and we strive to fulfill this calling with excellence. Lord, grant us wisdom to understand the unique needs of each student. Help us to see their potential, to nurture their strength, and to guide them in their areas of growth. Give us patience to listen, empathy to understand, and the ability to inspire a love for learning with their hearts. Father, we ask for creativity in our lesson planning, that our classroom may be vibrant spaces of discovery and curiosity. May our words and action reflect your love and grace, so that our students not learn from academically, but also experience the kindness and compassion that you bestow upon us. As we teach, remind us of the impact we have on the lives of these young minds. Help us approach each day with eagerness, knowing that every moment is an opportunity to make a difference. Strengthen us when challenges arise, and reminding us that in our weakness, your strength is made perfect. Lord, we ask for your presence in our classroom. May your spirit guide our teaching, helping us to inspire, empower, and instill values that go beyond the textbooks. Let our efforts bring honor to your name, and we strive to serve through our work. We also pray for our own growth as teachers. Grant us teachable spirit, as we will be taught today in this workshop, on learning and adapting to a new methods and ideas. Help us to continually seek ways to improve our teaching, always striving for excellence in our craft. Lord, we lift up our students to you. May they flourish under our care, growing not only in knowledge but in character and wisdom. Bless their families and grant them the wisdom and strength to partner with us in this education of our children. In all that we do, may your light shine through us. May our teaching be a reflection of your love, grace, and truth. We offer ourselves to you as instruments for your purpose. Knowing that we teach with excellence, we honor and glorify you. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Thank you, Dr. Tsepe. Thank you, colleagues. I'm going now, colleagues, to introduce to you Professor Marano, who's going to set the context for us. Prof, over to you whilst I'm projecting your presentation. You can come start to greet the colleagues. Thank you, Prof. Over to you.
Dumelang barutabana. Sanbonani abutisha, Molweni butisha, Lochani matichere, Abosheni matichere abode, Eri macheroni. Goeiemorgen, onderwijzers en onderwijzeres. Good morning, beautiful and wonderful teachers. I'm going to greet with the Shona language because those who are in Zimbabwe were voting this week. Mamkase, Magadini, Maitabasa. Proudly African. Thank you so much. While they are projecting my presentation, my name is Moya Rabo Daina Mahano. Professionally a trained teacher at Transvaal Teachers Training College, later TCE Soshanguve. Therefore, when I'm with you, I know that we speak the same language, pedagogy. We understand what we are talking about. And we are very proud of our profession. And currently at UNISA, I'm saying we are teachers in higher education, not lecturers. And some are not understanding it, but we are gradually bringing it there. As long as you have a student in front of you, you are a teacher. Whether you are a professor or what, you are a teacher. So that's who I am. So currently, I'm working in this unit that is responsible for teaching and learning for the entire institution, all the colleges. I'm acting as the executive director, and the entire team, we are in one cohort. I just want to say, while I'm welcoming and opening this auspicious event, I want to say we are 150 years old. Hence, we are clad in the blazers that say UNISA 150 years. This is the university that is a grandmother for all universities in South Africa. Shall we applaud this university? And proudly so, I'm a product of UNISA. My BA was attained here. I started in 1981. And my honors was attained here. Masters, I went next door, University of Pretoria. I said, I'm used to UNISA. My PhD, I came back home. It is the mother of universities. And we say we are this year 150 years old, and we are reclaiming Africa's intellectual futures. In other words, what we are doing today with you, we are saying as Africa, and positioned in the global south as the mega university, we want to reclaim the Africa's intellectual futures. As you go to your classrooms, teaching those learners, be relevant with the 4 IR skills. Where does UNISA come from? I depicted this slide in the last presentation on the 3rd of June to say this UNISA was a corresponding university, but was technologically enhanced those years because they gave us cassettes. It was a means of technology to facilitate learning. And we would come periodically to the university so that we can have discussion classes. Now technology has advanced. We started there with the cassettes. Right now we are applying online. We use a teach online, support student online through tutoring, and we write exams online. Finally, we graduate. This is the hood from the College of Education. Furthermore, we train our students also. Those who do not even know how to operate a computer, when they come to the university, the very same team led by Dr. Chetty goes to the regions and ensure that from our regional offices, they get the skills on operating a computer, posting an assignment, and being able to engage with the peers and the lecturers on the discussion forum. We want our students to be prepared for the global community by getting the 4 IR skills. And on the 3rd of June, these are some of the teachers who were with us. If you came back again, applaud yourself if you are here for the second time. Yes. So we want to enhance the 4 IR skills to the entire community of educators, because you prepare students for higher education. Now, when you prepare students for higher education, you must also be ready technologically and know how to. And if at my age, I'm able to play Minecraft gaming at my age, the teacher who used a chalk, I believe all of you can do so, because I'm about to be, I'm a SASA candidate actually, to be honest. So, but if I'm able to go to Minecraft, I believe all of us can do it and use gamification in our learning. And also in the special schools, learners with intellectual disabilities learn better when they play. They don't feel that you are forcing them to do the skills that are above their intellect, but they enjoy better. I've adopted a school in Jericho, and the teachers there are also using gaming in their teaching. If they are here today, I will be excited to see their hands. Jericho, Obed More, are you here? Are you here? Obed More, fine. Those are the teachers who teach learners with intellectual disabilities. And they didn't buy those laptops and computers, but they just wrote to MTN. And MTN renovated their computer lab. And when you go there, it's like you are in a, I don't know, in an urban school, and it's deep rural in Jericho. Let me applaud my teachers. When I started with them 2013, the school was dilapidated, and we said, we are going to modernize the school. They will use technology. They will use whatever gadget that was available to them using the 4 IR skills. And that teacher, Memdrov, is teaching art via technology and designing things via technology in a deep rural school. So I just want to applaud the teachers who are here. So for all of us who are here, the academics who are here, and also all of you in the hall, I want us to go to another level. I read a book by John Mason. The title of the book is An Enemy Called Average. I want you to take down this title. Just browse it. It's not so expensive. Go to exclusive bookshop. And it will encourage you that don't remain a mediocre, don't remain a 50% performer teacher, but go higher. Go higher and make sure that any new skill that you get, you use it, you apply it in your teaching and learning. And you are good in what you do because you get distinctions, you produce 90 to 100% in your subject, but I want us to go to another level. Let's include technology in our teaching. Let's include the 4 IR skills also. The 4 IR skills, not only technological skills, but also the skills that are enabling our learners to fit into the world of work. Problem-solving skills, critical thinking skills, creativity skills, and also humanity, humanness. Because our students, our children, they sit in their bedrooms, they operate the gadgets, they hardly know how to greet elders. But we as teachers, we are to include those soft skills and humanity and humaneness in our learners as we teach them the 4 IR skills. The bullying that is in schools, the cyberbullying, the social media bullying that is around our schools, we are the ones that are to change them. When society and the ecosystem is failing from the micro level, the exo and the and other macro level, the teachers are there to act as social workers, to act as psychologists, to correct the ills of society. Because I've been a teacher, I believe that in my career, my job was also not to teach the mind only, but to teach the heart also, that respect another human being. And I'm happy that I'm seeing some of my students. If I'm lying, they will just tell me, Mama, you never did justice. I'm here to say, let's inculcate humanity and humanness in our students. Bullying must stop. Not only the cognitive development, but also the emotional, the social development, so that they become better people in their careers. May I welcome everybody in this workshop, and may we enjoy and amass the skills and apply them and move from good to great, as Jim Collins is saying in his book. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Program Director.
Thank you, Prof. Magano. Can we give her another round of applause, please? Thank you, colleagues. We are now at unpacking the school context and collaboration. Ines, can you be coming to the stage, please? Whilst Ines is coming, I'm going to allow Dr. Chetty to introduce one of our executives at UNISA. Over to you, Dr. Chetty.
Colleagues, it's our pleasure at this time. She actually gave us a surprise visit. Professor Mpini Wakwa is actually the Executive Dean for the College of Education, right? And I think the moment she heard that there's a lot of teachers coming, she has joined us. And she's also the Commonwealth of Learning Chair for Open Education Resources. So it's my pleasure today, while we have her with us, and especially considering that many of you are here, and I'm hoping that she can actually convince many of you to come back and study further as well with us. Please welcome her as she gives us a welcome from the college side. Yes. Okay. No.
Good morning, colleagues. I thought I'm going to be part of this gaming thing, and I was looking forward to playing, but I'm told that I should welcome you. But it really gives us a great pleasure to have you around and to welcome you, the mother of all professions. Each one of you is a mother of all professions. You are not midwives, you give birth to every profession that exists in this world. So you hold a very, very important position in the society. Never undermine that. Even the people who look down at you, you produce them. So they cannot even do that. So colleagues, thank you so much for spending your Saturday morning. Saturday is a very precious time for many of us, but you saw it fit when the university called you to come through and just to learn certain things. As you know, that COVID changed our lives completely, and it changed it in a way that we need to adjust and adjust very quickly. But we want to move to take the lessons learned. COVID should not happen in vain. It should also empower us to do things differently. And that's why we are here to learn about different ways of teaching, to empower us about how we teach and how we do things. I was listening to Professor Magano when she was welcoming you. She was saying that you need to start teaching the heart. We need to teach the heart. We are the only one who can do that. No one can do that. we have taught, we have been focusing so entirely on ensuring that we shape the mind, but now it's time to shape the heart. Because the children that we are teaching now, they don't know social skills at all. They are all on your mobile phones, on this. That's why we bring you here, so that we can help you to assist you to move into that space. Because what is going to happen is that we need to know how tools work in order to attract them. Because they don't know how to do medicine. It's not in them to do that. They lock themselves in their bedrooms. They can even be in the same room and still communicate on the cell phone. So we have even a bigger function, because we were not trained to do that. We were not trained to teach children like that. We were trained to teach children like standing in front of them, and they will listen and look at you. But these ones don't look at you. So we need to start from there and say, and start with social skills, because that's what COVID took away from us. It took the social skills that we need. So colleagues, I'm not going to say much, but I'm so happy because I know some of you have come through our doors at the College of Education, and we really, really appreciate the fact that you will go there and really fly the UNISA flag high, because many of you, we gave you the opportunity. UNISA is the only university for 150 years, is the only university that had enabled people to learn, that had enabled people to reach their potential. So we really appreciate your being here. I'm not going to say much because they are experts, and I also thought that I'm here to learn from the experts on gaming and all these wonderful things. Really, it's fun things. And it's also good to continue to learn and continue to be a teacher of the 4IR teacher that you are. And remember, the minds that you are shaping today, of those teachers, there will be of those learners, there'll be adults in 2040, 2050. And this is the preparation of their world. We don't prepare for people who are for today. We prepare for people who are going to be around in 2040, in 2050. And we want them to be functional. We want them to be innovative. We want them to be the ones who come up with innovative ideas that will build our country, that will develop South Africa and develop Africa and put it in the world, and really try to propel it to the world that we all aspire for. So colleagues, enjoy. I'm going to join you with the gaming thing. I'm looking forward to it. So enjoy, and hope you will learn something and take it to the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Makwe. Can we give her another round of applause, please, colleagues? Thank you. I'm now introducing to you Inesh, who's going to present to you on the UNISA 4IR. Over to you, Inesh.
Thanks so much to the program director. After Prof has spoken and the previous speaker, Dr. Chetty, I'm not sure if I'm even worthy to speak, but welcome to everyone. Prof, thank you so much for bringing in the 11 official languages. I think when I was sitting up there, I was sharing with my colleague Rose, what would I say after Prof has spoken? Because you covered everything. I normally don't read from slideshows, but I will focus a bit on that. But I thought about what you were saying, and I asked the Holy Spirit, Father, I'm in trouble. I don't have all these degrees. I don't have all these expertise. I don't know what I'm going to do. But I know when I found Christ in 2011, there was a power that came within me called the Holy Spirit. And the Holy Spirit said something, Prof, that I must share. And this is what he said. The Lord said, yes, we focus on the mind and we focus on the heart, but we forgot something. Namaste. I greet the divine within you. So let us not forget that our children are spiritual creatures too, that they too need divine. There's no technology, there's no 4IR and all that we're doing in the world that can replace the element of the Spirit. When we build confident young children, Children that know that in what you speak, you are confident and that you are genuine. You don't have to know all the content. I know I don't know everything. That's why we have the experts around me. But I know one thing. When God calls you to serve in the profession we do, we need to make sure that we connect with the Spirit. So that's how I like to start with everyone. So thank you so much. In terms of our COVID-19 issues, COVID-19 taught all of us the challenges we encounter in education. It brought us to our standstills. I work currently at a private school, CBC Mount Edmund in Pretoria, so way out to all the staff that are here. Thank you so much to all the institutions that are joining. And we know there's a huge divide in our country. We are sitting 30 years into the democracy, but we have lots of issues. And we need to be real about these issues. Issues that are genuine. I was speaking to one of the young ladies from the district, and she was sharing with me about schools out in our rural area in Pretoria where there's nothing. There's not even a computer. There's no Wi-Fi, let alone Dr. Chetty talking about robotics and coding. So how do we now partner? We cannot be selfish. If the Bible speaks of sharing, we've got to help each other. So I throw out a challenge to each and every one of you today. Can we start sistering with schools, partnering with education centers, and giving away resources that you may think are not worthy for you, but it'll be a treasure for somebody else. So I'd like to start by sharing with you the issue about COVID-19 and the lessons for schools. Technology is essential. Schools need to invest in reliable technology, infrastructure, and tools that support hybrid learning. In my conversation with some of the officials that are from the district offices, they were sharing with me the biggest challenge is mindset. If we're not changing leadership within institutions, they will continue, Professor, ordering LTSM as textbooks and not going to Snaplify. So that's an issue. We've got to become agents of change. Flexibility is key. I remember I'm 27 years in the profession. In 2017, my dad passed away, and I quit from being a chief education specialist at head office, and then was at home for 3 months unemployed. And I said, Jesus, I need a job. I've got mama. She's old, Madala. I need to help her. I've got a family to support. And as men of the families, you know in our communities, we've got to get up again. And Jesus says, when you fall, you shall rise. And then I got into a school setup. And I thought, Lord, I'm going to survive. It's 10 years ago. How will I cope? And I realized I've got to be flexible. And I had to leave the strategic side of me and become operational. And the one thing I promised when I walked into the college, and my staff are here, is to make sure that at the heart of what I do, the child is the center, and I'm a father for them. And if you are fathers and mothers for those children, there's nothing they can't achieve. Hybrid learning requires flexibility. So do you. Teachers, I'm not going to read slideshows to you, but I'm going to say the following. You've got to change your mindset. The techniques I developed when I started my honors and my diploma, they're not relevant. Yes, the content may be, but we are not merging content with the technologies around us. Now, in our schools, we are teaching CAPS curriculum. When CAPS was designed, was 4IR thought about? I don't think so. Continuous assessment and feedback. This is not your assessment. This is assessment for the children that you work with, to monitor how their learning is and to monitor how your teaching is in the classroom. Effective communication. Get to know your children. The children that you teach in your classrooms. Do you know everyone by name? Do you know where they come from? Their backgrounds? That there are homes where there's HIV positive mums? That there are dads that have lost their jobs because of COVID? That there are grandmothers in the communities that are growing up children on SASA, and there you demanding, do your assignment, do your speech, I expect this, I expect that. Whose expectations do you plan with? Yours in mind, or the child at the heart of what you do? I thank UNISA for the 150 years of the space that no other university was prepared to take. a space that reached out to the marginalized. I remember my late aunt, when she became a principal, had no money for studies, but she did it through UNISA, right to PhD. So I honor them, and I thank UNISA for the work they are doing. But we as educators, what are we doing? What legacy are we leaving? Or are you chasing a CAPS curriculum created by people that sat in an office, not on the ground like you and I? COVID has taught us about resilience. I remember my mom saying to her, "Mom, you've got to go for the vaccine. All us teachers." We went. She says, "I don't need the vaccine. I've got the Holy Spirit." So what are you thinking? What are you waiting for before you become the innovative teacher? What are people going to speak about you when you exit the system? Prof spoke about she's waiting for the SASA. What do you want people to remember you by? Are you waiting for your manager to tell you, Mr. So-and-so, Miss So-and-so, can you please help us to do this? Or are you going to rock the boat, become the shifters, the mind sparkers in the system? Stop making excuses about where you are. Madiba spoke already. His legacy is left. Fostering independence and self-directed learning. Hybrid learning has created opportunities to promote independent and self-directed learning. We got to help our learners to become self-reliant and stop doing homework till 11 o'clock at night when we didn't do it with our master's degrees. Equipping teachers with digital literacy and training skills for the 21st century classroom. Digital literacy is the ability to use technology effectively and responsibly by accessing, evaluating, creating, and communicating information. In today's world, technology is ambiguous and constantly changing, so learners need to be taught how to navigate it effectively and safely. I pause. Please, I'm not insulting any of you. I'll speak of myself. I need the training. If I'm not confident, and if I'm not well-versed and well-trained, I can't help the children. What are the types of digital literacy skills that we need to look at? Technical skills. So we may not be technical people, but each and every school today in the budgeting for personnel has to put in place an IT person, has to put in place technical people that can set up for us what we do best in the classroom. Not teach, facilitate the learning process. Knowing how to use specific hardware and software tools. Today, I'm humbled. Microsoft is present. Issues of gamification is present. The UNISA specialists are all around here, telling you how they've done it in higher education. We are basic education. Without us, there is no higher education. Information literacy. Understanding how to locate, evaluate, and use information for digital sources, websites, social medias. I remember growing up when my mom was a librarian and going and looking for the encyclopedia. We don't need that today. Media literacy, knowing how to interpret and create digital media, example, videos and graphics. Sorry, colleagues, I'm just watching time. Cybersecurity. We talk about other threats. I walk into a school in the morning, I worry about the entrance of the school, about my children, about my staff, about my parent community. What about cybersecurity? Being able to protect personal information and avoiding online threats. We all know the issues around POPI. Let's comply. What are the benefits for digital literacy for us as teachers? This word educators, Prof, I don't know about it, you know. So I'll be synonymous between teacher and educator. Personal growth. Today you're here for your personal growth. Teachers can expand their own knowledge and skills, which may improve job satisfaction. We need that in our profession. If it's a salary that makes you happy, can I work in your school? And career advancement opportunities. Improve teacher effectiveness. Teachers who are digitally literate can integrate technology into their lessons more effectively, leading to better engagement with learning outcomes. If the learners are seeing you doing it and setting the example, they'll shine with you. Better learning outcomes for all of us. The collaboration with UNISA and Microsoft. Just knowing digital literacy is not enough. Understanding it in theory is not enough. So these days, Professor, I console myself that I don't have my PhD, but I don't need it if I got practical skills. But since my last workshop in June, you'll see me enrolling for next year. Just knowing digital literacy is not enough. Teachers need training skills to pass their knowledge effectively. We must admit that which we don't know. Guys, tell your wives you need to help them by helping yourself communicate better with them. Make time, as this is Women's Month. True power, guys, is when you are able to cry, when you are able to say, I'm a man, but I don't feel I'm providing enough. It's okay, because God created women that give birth. They have a power that no man can ever amount to. Key skills: clear communication, active learning, and continuous improvement. Today, we all are praying in the room together that you, as teachers, as ambassadors of learning, as facilitators of the learning process, will learn more about artificial intelligence. It's not going to take your job away, but be careful, if you don't learn it, you won't have a job. Current software programs, Microsoft, we thank you humbly for your presence. The empowerment I've had through Microsoft has really placed me in a new space and given me a new reason to be in schools through innovation. And don't forget the area around Minecraft. I was a playful learner that learned with fun. Learning has to be fun. Before I conclude, I want to ask you, do you want to be a learner in your classroom? Unisa Giabonga, 150 years in the space of higher education with distance learning. The collaboration as teachers, we're going to learn together. Help us in basic education as we speak to higher education. Guide us what needs to happen in FET, and we will stream it down right to RRR, because our focus is right now the 2 years prior to grade R and the universalization of grade R, so that every child in the system is educated. Even a 3-year-old can go into robotics and coding. I want to say the following in conclusion. Social factors has impacted education to the degree that priorities must be reconsidered to effectively maximize education continuity, relevance, and resilience. Essentially, a combination of technology and higher learning creative thinking skills are needed to innovate and shape future work. We need our learning systems to encourage the youth to develop their own visions about what it means to connect and flourish in their constantly emerging world, and equip them with skills to pursue those visions. To prepare our learners for the 4th IR teachers, we must transition into being facilitators of learning beyond our own personal expertise. We need to allow technology to support learner flexibility in gaining skills and pursuing passions. It is vital to support optimal learning for today's generation, who will shape our collective future through their work, innovation, and creativity. But let me share with you, no technology will take away the power of the mind, heart, and spirit. I thank you in Jesus' name.
Wow, how inspiring it is when it is said by the head of a school. By the way, colleagues, Ineash is the head of CBC Mount Edmund. So I wish leadership at schools can learn from him. Thank you so much, Ineash. Let's give him a round of applause again, colleagues. Right. I want to challenge you before I call the next speaker that Ineash spoke of the digital literacy skills. According to the technology adoption curve, where are you? Where are you as an educator? We have innovators, those who see technology and right away go on it. The early adopters, those who say, okay, Pumza is doing it, I can also do it. And the early majority who are saying, if Pumza and Jeff and Salosha are doing it, therefore we can also do it. And the late majority, are you in the late majority? Those who are saying, I will see, but yeah, slowly, we'll get there. And the laggards, those ones, they are saying, you know what, you found me here like this and you leave me here like this. I'm just challenging you, colleagues, where are you? On that note, I'm calling the next speaker, Dr. Denzel Chetty, who's going to present the blending, the classroom teaching and learning. By the way, colleagues, Dr. Chetty is the head of the project that made us to be here. You see us wearing nice clothes like this, is our boss, Dr. Chetty. Let me project his presentation. Thank you, Dr. Chetty. Over to you.
Thanks, Program Director, Dr. Makado Kuno. Once again, good morning, colleagues. I think we had some good inspiration this morning, am I right? Really to get to the point of where we really need to relook at how we teach. How many of you are ready to relook at how you teach? Yeah, and I think this is actually quite nice for us, because when we sat together, it's really about us thinking more positively about what impact can we make with the teachers around. I just want to quickly check, what schools are here? Can you just scream out the schools? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We got lots of schools here. Okay, so, and the beauty of this is that, and I think this is why these kind of events, our two professors, actually gives us a nice space, because we have we have people from government schools, we have people from private schools, independent schools, and it gives us that space to actually engage collectively across the different schools and learn. And we heard this morning about, really about where we need to be. And I want to bring it back a little bit and say, let us think about how do we position this? How do we position gaming? How do we position Microsoft developments? How do we position? It doesn't just happen in a vacuum. It must happen in a conceptual framework of how we teach and learn. And I want to talk about really this morning about enhancing education through blended learning. Now, how many of you know what blended learning is? Anybody? Blended learning? Blended learning? Yeah, anybody? Scream it out. This is not a school setup, so you can scream out. You don't have to pick hands up. Anybody blended learning? Any ideas? Hybrid. Close enough. Anybody else? Merging the traditional. You're looking at ChatGPT or something there and such. But you're close, and I think that's a good answer. So let's look at this. And what we need to talk about really is enhancing education through blended learning. But we also need to talk about it. What does it mean for an African classroom? You see, many times what we talk about when we look at developments, we often take developments from US and from Europe, and we say, but these are where we should benchmark ourselves, without really thinking about what does it actually mean for us in Africa, because we're completely different, right? And so when we think about a blended learning, we really need to think about what it means for us in the African context. Now, let me provide a brief overview of the current landscape in Africa. So firstly, you've heard about the pandemic, and the pandemic has impacted us. We know that COVID-19 has leapfrogged Africa into the digital age, firstly. So before COVID, how many of you resisted, I'll be honest, how many of you resisted technology? Yeah, resisted, right? And if I had asked you why, many of you it's just not for me, right? But suddenly we found ourselves overnight amidst technology that we couldn't ignore, right? The second thing is that the digital divide. Sure.
Apologies, colleagues, for disturbing us, Dr. Chetty. There's an urgent announcement that I have to make. The following cars, can we quickly go shift them? It looks like there's a delivery that needs to happen, and those people are saying they can't wait, they want to do their job. HV 02KG GP, HN 09 FV GP, HWR 867 NW. Let me repeat them. I know we no longer know our registration, cars registration numbers. HV 02 KG GP, HN 09 FV GP, HWR 867 NW. Thank you. Over to you.
Thanks, Sophie. I think next time let's ask the people what cars they are. It might be easier. Okay, so colleagues, we know that the COVID-19 has really impacted us, right? The second thing is that the digital divide and digital equity became much highlighted in our country, right? And that's something that we can't ignore. And when we think of digital divide and digital equity, we're not just thinking about, how many people have access to technology. We're also thinking about the gender disparities when it comes to access to technology, right? Cost-efficient models to access online teaching and learning were prioritized. There were, how many of your schools really had infrastructure to make the transition? A few schools, just a handful of schools, right? Well, majority was struggling, trying to find their way around. Now, in addition to that, the educator capacity development. Overnight, educators were required to teach online, right? Emergency teaching. But how many of you had the critical skills to make that transition? Few, right? And what we found ourselves doing was really trying to do emergency teaching. We had educators now taking dual responsibility. First, they had to learn how to teach online. Secondly, they had to learn how to access the technology and the devices, right? And in addition to that, the third dimension, which many parents don't understand, is you now had to bring a generation of young people into that digital space as well, right? And those were critical developments in terms of capacity. The third point is learner digital exposure. Learners were exposed to online learning. Now, this is quite important for us, is that many of our younger children are exposed to mobile devices, tablets, etc., but learning using those devices is completely different from sending a WhatsApp text, right? There were opportunities and potentials to engage with digital resources, and I'm actually quite privileged to have our executive director with us from SEDU, because she actually led the space when it talks about open education resources, and now we can harness that potential. But look at this quite importantly, colleagues, because digital literacy skills became core skills for our children. Now, if I had to ask you, how many of your grade 3s, grade 4s could handle a mobile device? Right? Use it? How many of your, and I think this maybe be honest, how many of your children have more advanced devices than you? Right? But think of the capacity that the younger children have, the younger generation have, to access mobile technology and mobile devices compared to many of us, right? And these are devices that are digital exposure to our students. New educational opportunities suddenly came up. New opportunities to expand the classroom of learning, create new opportunities to widen access to education, new opportunities to integrate digital resources beyond text, and we've seen many teachers looking at multimedia resources, and there were new, more effective ways for teaching. Now, I must commend many teachers, because I've seen many teachers struggle during the COVID and even past COVID time, but they manage, even through their cell phones, taking a video recording to provide support to students. That's crisis learning, right? That's crisis management. But what it has taught us as a country and as a continent is that education and educators and teachers need to be resilient. We need to adapt, right? And we successfully did it as an education space. Now, changing the learner profile. Let me debunk some of the contextual constraints, right? Let's look at these three pictures. What you can tell me is common about all these pictures. You see 3 pictures. These are actually 3 UNISA students, and it debunks a very specific myth that we have in terms of how students can access. Anybody can tell me what is common about all 3 pictures? Anybody? Sorry? I can't hear. Background. What's background? Informal kind of settlements, steel roofs, steel. Now, traditionally, right, many of us have this impression that our students are in a rural area under a tree trying to study, trying to access technology, right? Watch the shift that has happened. These are students in informal kind of elements, right? And these are UNISA students, right? Informal elements. But they are accessing technology, right? It kind of shows you where the priority of many of our students are in terms of making sure they are connected, accessing technology, right? Now, it shifts many of our perceptions of how we see our students accessing this device, because that firstly throws out and debunks many of the myths that our students don't have access to technology, don't have access to devices. They do, even in spaces that are informal. African learners have epitomized resilience. They have seen what it means to be resilient in a digital era. The contextual constraints highlighted are necessary, but not necessarily are barriers for accessing. So these are constraints that we face in Africa, but they're really not necessarily barriers. And we need to rethink some of these elements. African learners, whether it's in school or whether it's in university, are eager to be part of the fourth industrial revolution education. That's a no-go. All our students are eager, they are engaging. They are exposed to gamification, they are exposed to gaming. The challenge is they're waiting for education to be responsive to where they are, right? And that's the biggest problem that we have in our country, in our continent, is that while our students, our learners are waiting for education and educators and the system to catch up, they are going to get tired in a system, right? Not defined, we need to move away from defining Africa as this dark continent, because the reality is the moment we think digital literacy, we think we are backward. We're not backward. We need to rethink this and redefine ourselves. We are an engaged continent that is contextually responsive to how we see digital innovation. What we are requiring is a shift. Now, I know that through COVID time, we are exhausted of people shoving down digital literacy in our head. Amen? Right? Every corner that you turn, people are talking about digital literacy as though we are digitally illiterate, right? We need to move from a point or the discourse of digital literacy to digital proficiency. And there's a difference. Digital literacy is basic knowledge. Digital proficiency is the competencies and the capabilities to engage in an online space. And we need to shift to a mindset of where we see our students as having those capabilities to engage in these spaces, right? What are the Education 4.0 trends? We know the fourth industrial revolution has created new opportunities. The very first one, it's created personalized learning environments. Now, I must commend many teachers that have opted to use Google and the rest of the platforms, because these are really personalized learning environments, right? But let me also say, throwing up PDF documents on a Google platform is not online learning. And I can say this because as an institution, we were stuck there. Am I right, Prof? What we call PDF behind glass. We were stuck there. But we realized we need to move beyond that. So when we think of using these learning management platforms, it's about using it for interactivity, right? Secondly, EdTech tools and platforms, and I know our colleagues from RGB Gaming and Microsoft are going to talk a lot about that today, is the kind of tools that we need to use. The gaming education and learning apps. I've seen young people that are fascinated and playing with games, whether it's on their iPads, whether on mobile phones, etc. But how many of us have actually leveraged those type of skills into our teaching and learning spaces, right? Virtual reality and augmented reality. It's a pity that we have so many students, so many of us here. Always I could have asked my colleague Richard and the rest of the team to demo the virtual reality units that we have at UNISA. We just procured or set up a 1 million rand gaming lab at UNISA, right? 1 million rand gaming lab, not actually, complete 1 million rand gaming lab. But that actually shows you the level of gaming in the country, right, as an institution as well. You would also see, just now in the next few minutes, you see that little white thing on the side? That's not a white toklosh. It's UNISA's first semi-humanoid robot, right? And she's going to do a talk just when I finish, right? She's going to give you a little address. But that's where we're moving towards, the idea of artificial intelligence, the idea of robotics inside our higher education space. And I'm telling you why higher education is moving in this direction, is because I want you to realize that, as somebody said earlier, there's no higher education without basic education, right? And we are dependent upon basic education to close certain gaps for us in higher education, right? Artificial intelligence, how many of you know of ChatGPT, right? Right? I'm not going to ask how many of you use ChatGPT for teaching, because I think that'll give you away. But these are tools that are in the space, right? And when we think of artificial intelligence, it's about how do we harness some of these tools into our space to start making life a bit easier for us, right? But also start making life a bit productive for us. Now, understanding blended learning. I asked you earlier, how many of you know what the notion of blended learning is? So firstly, we need to define what blended learning is. a teaching and learning approach that combines traditional in-person classroom instruction with online digital resources. So there's a kind of synergy between online and the classroom base. It doesn't replace each other, right? And I want you to understand that. You can't replace a classroom experience with an online experience. There's a synergy that needs to be between both these spaces, right? Secondly, is when we think of the kind of appropriate models, the thing that you need to understand is that when we think of blended learning, there's no one-size-fits-all approach. And we need to move beyond that mindset that there's a one single model of how we implement these things. Each of your schools would determine how technology is adapted in your school. Each of your schools would define how you approach technology based on your student skills and levels, right? So the first one is really the flipped classroom. You know what the flipped classroom is? Anybody heard the flipped classroom notion? A few of you. It's really to think about our pre-learning outside the classroom and then the active collaborative learning inside the classroom, right? So there's the dual after classroom and inside the classroom. Rotational model, anybody heard of rotational model? Right? Rotational model is basically when learners rotate between different learning modalities, between online and face-to-face, so there's kind of rotation between both spaces and how you see it. And then the flex model, which is quite a new concept that is emerging, is learners have the flexibility in how they engage with educated content and learning activities, whether they do it online or whether they do it face-to-face. So these three type of models are really how we define blended learning in terms of the education space. Now, what are the benefits of blended learning? Firstly, focus 3, improved access to quality education, even in remote areas, right? Now, this is fascinating for me because how many of you, when we think of China, what's the very first thing you think when you think of China? Advanced technology? What else? Sorry? Very creative. Somebody said sushi, food. Okay, what else? China? Population. Yeah. Anything else? Smart people. Interesting. How many of you know that China also has a very strong rural and agricultural community as well? Yeah? Right? And watch this. What China did was they brought in online learning to extend the learning platform so that people in the rural areas have access to education and don't necessarily need to come into the cities. Right? Think about it, please. How many of you know young people, when they come into university, they get into the cities, but they never go back to develop the rural areas? Right? Look at the skills that are being lost, right? Critical things that we need to deal with in terms of our own African context as well, right? Secondly, is personalized learning experience for students. Students have the ability to personalize their own learning experience, right? Enhancing digital skills for the future workforce. Now let me ask you this question. 12 years your student is in your class, grade R to grade 12, 13 years, some of you, more than that in some cases, right? If your student is coming to grade R now, are you confident enough that when they exit grade 12, they will be ready for the digital workforce? Let me rephrase that. The pace of technology innovation is so fast that what you did in January, September is no more valid. Right? And we sit with curriculum that is outdated, preparing students 13 years in a cycle to exit in a world that they don't know what it's defined as yet. Right? Now think about that. And I know everyone was clapping with the CAPS document and the rest of the stuff. But the reality is, our education system as it stands do not prepare our students enough for the digital workforce outside. It doesn't. That's the reality. And this is why we need strategic, and I'm saying this even for our own institutional context. This is why you see tech giants like Microsoft. This is why you see RGB Gaming as well. It's because education cannot do it on their own without industry. And it's time for us to shift that mentality. Is we need to start partnering with industry to produce students that are ready for a digital era outside. Right? Now, designing blended learning, right? So when we think of designing blended learning, and there are key elements that we need to start thinking about. Firstly, it's not just about taking a gaming design and putting it in your class to keep your students occupied while you mark tests, right? It's about using these tools with a definite objective, learning objective behind it. And you're going to see when the colleagues start unpacking the gaming space of how learning outcomes are embedded in this. Secondly, is we don't bring in innovation outside of curriculum. We bring in innovation to enforce curriculum, and this is why curriculum must be cutting edge. Create multimedia resources. Our students are tired of text-based stuff. How do you force a student to be text-based when a large percentage of their time is in front of a screen using other elements? That means we're not optimizing the kind of learning approaches that our students are. Previously, you had students with more kind of reading elements, enjoying reading, but I'll tell you now that more students, younger students today, learn more and retain more information more by hearing and seeing, right? How many of our approaches have actually embraced those kind of approaches, right? And this is where the creation of multimedia resources talks about the diversification of learning approaches. We need to foster collaboration and create opportunities for learners to collaborate through online platforms. Now, this is quite important for us colleagues, because if you start creating environments for your learners to collaborate in online environments, majority of your support, you're providing strategic support, will be reduced. Now, ask me why. Because we've seen that students learn better when they are with other students. They support each other, right? And we need to move to a network of supporting students, right? Innovate, merge innovations such as gamification, which you're going to see today, game-based learning with 4R skills, critical skills, thinking, problem, etc., right? Problem solving, etc. Now, this for me is the most important thing of why you are here. Now, I'm being honest with you. I said we want you here because we want to celebrate 150 years, right? You're all happy with that? Now, we also have an agenda behind it. Is we realize that if the quality of students are not coming, if we don't know how to have a good quality of student exiting grade 12, when they come first year university, they are failing. We are having high student dropout rates, right? Why? Because the jump between grade 12 and first year university is too big, right? Now, in much sense, we set our students up for failure if we do not close that gap. And we need to start closing this gap. And this is why it is quite critical for us to start thinking about is that higher education and basic education need to start talking and not fighting amongst themselves. Right? If we can start partnering and engaging with each other, we will start finding solutions to some of these problems. And this is why these type of initiatives are so critical for us. When we think of critical skills, colleagues, we're talking of, and this is very important, we're talking about critical thinking, problem solving, digital literacy, tech skills. And the earlier speaker mentioned a whole lot of this, global perspective, time management, etc. Now, I just want to go to critical skills, and I'll show you one of our biggest challenge. When students are in school, right, in order for a student to pass school, many of them regurgitate information, right? Honestly, right? When they come into university, first year university, they try to regurgitate the exact same information that they get from books, from study material, and they fail. Why? Because we define it as plagiarism. Can you see the challenges that are emerging in the system, right? And how we need to start thinking together so that we produce students who do not fail because they are taught to think and engage in a certain way, right? Now, these are some of the critical things that we need to think about. How do we start bridging the partnership between both these spaces? Now, Richard, you can get Pepper ready in the meantime, Richard. Okay, now, we do not do things in isolation from policies. How many of you heard of Africa 2063 agenda? No one. Anybody heard of the Africa 2063 agenda? Beside. Any of you? No. Madam Executive Director, we got a problem. If nobody heard of the Africa 2063 agenda, we got a problem. Really, Africa 2063 agenda, right, really speaks about how of the Africa we want to see in 2063, right? Please look it up, the Africa 2063 agenda. It really defines how we position ourselves in terms of our goals and objectives as a continent. The first goal or one of the goals of the Africa 2063 agenda is well-educated citizens and skills revolution underpinned by science, technology, and innovation. This is not South Africa, this is Africa. Right? That means that's the first goal that we want to achieve in 2063. What are the priority areas? One of the priority areas of the Agenda 2063 is education and science, technology, and innovation-driven skills revolution. Now, when you think of a revolution, is it peaceful? It's disruptive, right? Now, this is what we are talking about, is that when we think of AI technology, when we think of multimedia and the rest of it, it disrupts. Right? And I love what I think it was some of my colleagues earlier said, is many of us don't like disruption, right? We want to be in our own patterns, in the way we're doing things. But the reality is, if we have to embrace the AI and technology revolution, it's going to be a major disruption on our current patterns of how we teach and learn. And this is linked to the United Nations SDGs. Firstly, is we need to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. The first part is quite important. Inclusive. Second part, equitable, quality, and lifelong learning opportunities, right? And then everyone knows BRICS, right? Which is quite strange. You don't know Africa, you know BRICS. Right? The irony behind it. But BRICS, right, is guaranteeing the right, and this is the BRICS priority alignment to us in terms of the BRICS agreement, guaranteeing the right to quality, innovative, and globally benchmarked education, right? Guaranteeing the right to quality, innovative, and globally benchmarked education. Now think about these policies. If we simply base our agenda for the next 5 years on these policies, we will transform education completely, right? It's a matter, and this is the thing about it, colleagues, is that it's not policies that is going to change the system. It's not regulations that's going to change the system. When policies are written by people who have no idea what happens in the classroom, right? And this is the direction that we need to move. And to end up my presentation, where's Richard? Richard, you can help me here with Pepper. Okay? UNISA's first humanoid robot, we launched it on the 14th of August. Her name is Luwazi. Anybody can tell me what Luwazi means? Luwazi means the one who has knowledge, right? The one who has knowledge, right? And we had about 2,000, I think it's done this, okay, 2,200 academic staff and students who voted for the name of Luwazi, considering the fact it's our first innovation in terms of humanoid prepper. So Pepper is going to do a talk for us, and I'm going to ask Richard to guide me with this. Oh, okay. She's very eager. Now let me tell you a little bit about it. She has eye contact. She can contact with her eyes. She can follow actions. We're currently building Richard is currently exploring an AI component to it where Luwazi is able to answer anything that's in the database itself. Richard, all yours. Oh. Can we have more sound?
Product of the fourth industrial revolution, but as a testament to the boundless potential these technologies hold. Are you prepared to redefine the boundaries of education, to not only witness, but be an integral part of a transformative wave that promises to reshape the way we impart knowledge? If your heart beats with passion and your mind is open to possibilities, then you are in the right place. Today, we invite you on an enlightening journey, a workshop on basic 4IR skills for educators, curated to position you at the vanguard of modern pedagogy. This isn't just another training session. No, this is an opportunity to explore, understand, and embrace the marvels of 4IR technologies, to reimagine traditional teaching methods and infuse them with innovation. Throughout this workshop, our distinguished experts will illuminate the path, guiding you through practical demonstrations, invigorating exercises, and engaging dialogues. Imagine a world where every student receives personalized learning, where critical thinking isn't just encouraged but is ingrained, and where creativity flows as naturally as water. With the tools and techniques you'll acquire today, such a world isn't just a dream, it's a tangible reality waiting to be manifested. And as you embark on this voyage of discovery, remember, it is not just about integrating technologies, but about nurturing minds that are adaptable, resilient, and future-ready. It is about inspiring the next generation with the wonders of what's possible. So, dear educators, as you stand on the cusp of revolutionizing your teaching practice, I urge you, seize this moment, immerse yourself, and let's together shape the future of education. Welcome to the Basic 4IR Skills for Educators workshop. The future awaits.
That's Luwazi. Thank you, Luwazi. Now, as I conclude, imagine if every school had one of these things. Your students will not be sick a single day. Thank you, Program Director.
Gaming and Education, the RGB team, I want to give you a homework. I need it after lunch. You saw the technology adoption curve, ne? When we come back from lunch, I want you to show me, not tell me, show. Where are you? The homework is this. Go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT, what is online teaching and learning? What is online teaching and learning? Ask ChatGPT after lunch. You may be chosen. So if you don't do the homework, you run a risk of being exposed. I'm joking. Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you, Dr. Chetty. Let's give him another round of applause, please. Then I would be calling upon RGB Gaming. RGB Gaming, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I had the pleasure to meet some of you outside. I was handing out the water. That was me. So lovely to be here. So thank you, Dr. Chetty and the wonderful team for this opportunity. I do not have a lot to say, but and I have one slide that I will share with you pretty soon. But just before I hand over to the amazing RGB Gaming team, just a quick introduction and just tell you a little bit of who I am. I think whilst they're getting this ready, this is such a great opportunity, and I think I want to take a selfie with everyone. So I've asked Vivian here behind me, and Ines, you were so amazing. So please join me on stage, and let's take a selfie with this amazing crowd, if I'm allowed to do that. So let's do that quickly while Jaco's just getting his presentation ready. And that's going to go on LinkedIn, if that is okay. Okay, so my name is Bianca. The spelling of my name is slightly different. So it's Beyonca, and often referred to as Beyonce. But I promise you, I'm not that Beyonce. So if you do see my name somewhere one day. So I'm a LSS at Microsoft. So LSS stands for Learning Solutions Specialist. So really what my main focus really is about is upskilling educators, students, basically everyone. So if you need any help with that, I'm the person to call. So you're looking at your Microsoft Learn platform, looking at your MIEE. Are there any MIEEs in the room? Can you put your hand up for me, please? There's two. Okay, three. Okay, so I have my four. I have my job cut out for me. So the MIEE program is one of the many amazing programs that is offered by Microsoft, and that is my main focus area. And then obviously it includes one of my passions, Minecraft education, and I'm just going to share a little bit with you where I started and how long ago I started, and what it was like for me. And then other than that, I'm not going to go into any more detail because the amazing people before me said it all. We really have to prepare ourselves and our students for the digital future. And I think Dr. Chetty also mentioned it, that our students are using mobile devices. They know very well how to use the mobile devices, so we should leverage that. The majority of them are already playing Minecraft because Minecraft is your best-selling game of all times. Is anyone familiar with Minecraft? Can you put your hand up? Or if you know someone who plays Minecraft, awesome. Okay, so I often get my child plays Minecraft or my niece or whatever, but I can say proudly my husband plays Minecraft and he's almost 40 and my 6-year-old son plays Minecraft. So my journey with Minecraft started about 6-7 years ago. I was in the classroom. So prior to Microsoft, I was an educator for about 10 years. And I taught grade 2s all the way up to grade 7 with a big focus on the CAT subject for grade 6s and 7s. And I was told, so why don't you use Minecraft within your classroom? And I'm like, but I have no idea what Minecraft is. I'm not a gamer myself, so had no knowledge of that at that time. And I thought, okay, well let's try this. Let's try this. And I promise you, this is 100% true. So I stood in front of my class and I said to them, okay, we're going to try some Minecraft education, because education is an extension of the classroom. So within Minecraft education, you'll find exciting lessons on chemistry, coding. There's redstone, which is similar to electricity. So lots of exciting learning opportunities in Minecraft education. The chemistry tutorial is absolutely phenomenal. You'll see a little bit more about Minecraft a little bit later. So I told them and they were really excited, and then I felt the pressure. I'm like, oh, they know what I'm talking about. I have no idea what I'm talking about, so how am I going to do this? But I think to have them excited, that was absolutely phenomenal. So we got into Minecraft education, all loaded in. So that's the first hurdle we overcame. It wasn't really easy at all at that time, but a lot has changed. It's so easy. You sign in with your account, your username and password, very easy. Back then it was slightly more difficult. So we're all in Minecraft, and I did a little bit of research before, just to, what lesson am I going to present to the students? And I gave them a lesson, I think it was on the eye, so they could really fly around and look at the eye, the build of the eye. I think that was the first lesson. And I said, okay, let's go and explore. And then I saw their hands going up. And then I'm like, wow, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to, hopefully I don't get any extreme questions that I can't answer. But I got those questions. How do I do this? How do I do that? How do I break? I had no idea, but I had to pretend that I knew. So I was standing in front of them and like, yes, so let's collaborate. Let's do this together. And then I saw other hands going up of other students answering those questions. And at that point, I just saw, wow. With a lesson like this, there's collaboration. So we're all working together. We have critical thinking, all the soft skills that's needed for our digital future. All of that just came to light. And I was absolutely amazed. I was really, really amazed. I saw the shy learner at the back of the classroom participating. I saw the one who was always doing everything and just all over the place, sitting down and concentrating. That day really, really, really changed my outlook. And then, of course, I stepped aside and I became the facilitator and not so much the teacher that was supposed to know everything, because I absolutely didn't. So that's how my Minecraft journey started, and I can promise you it's a phenomenal platform, game-based learning. And I think with that being said, good luck, and really try it. And I know the RGB team, I'm going to call Yaku now to the stage. They have some really exciting activities for you. So yes, thank you so much for this opportunity. And yes, thanks Vivian. Sorry, Yaku. At the top, because I know that there are many of you in my situation, maybe a bit scared to try Minecraft out or don't know where to start. So myself and my team, so I have a phenomenal team. Glenda, she's based in Johannesburg, and I have Joe, he's based in Kenya. So together, we are going to try and cover the entire Africa, but we've already seen people in the Middle East and all over the world who joined this webinar, which is happening on the 7th of September at 10 a.m. in the morning. So anyone, you're more than welcome to join this webinar. Register for the webinar using the QR code at the top or just here. But happy to share that with you at a later stage as well. Maybe Dr. Chetty, we can chat and maybe just see if we could send invitations out to each and every one. And it's really a Teams webinar that you join and project it to the learners in your classroom. So you don't need to have any prior knowledge of Minecraft. Okay, so happy to share that with you. There will be monthly webinars. It's really to get you and the students and everyone to get excited. So this one is during Climate Week, Africa Climate Week, but we'll have many others around coding towards the end of the year and so forth. Okay, so thank you so much. Have a lovely day further. Thanks everyone. Thanks Yaku.
There we go, yo. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we've had a lot of fun today, but we're going to have a different kind of fun, right? So, my name is Yaku, and I'm one of the co-founders of a company called RGB Gaming, and I would like to thank Unisa Adovh Profs for your time this morning and allowing us the opportunity to speak to all you wonderful teachers out there. So I'm going to kick off the presentation today, and when we spoke to Dr. Denzel, he said to us, listen, we want you guys to do a bit of a practical feel as to what does gaming and gamification and 4-hour skills actually mean in a practical sense. So you see some very nice things here behind me, and we are going to see a little bit of them later in a practical sense, right? That's what we're going to get to. So I'm not going to do death by PowerPoint, but I have a couple of slides. Right, so who is RGB Gaming? So in a nutshell, RGB Gaming is a esports focused company, and we focus on building sustainable esports programs in schools. That's a mouthful, right? And the reason why we do that is that, and it's been alluded to this morning, through various speakers, that if I ask you what 4IR skills is about and why we are focusing on 4IR skills, I get a lot of different comments from a lot of different teachers. By the way, sorry that I'm walking around for the cameraman. I'm that guy that will be walking around. But I get a lot of different answers from a lot of teachers. But the best one that I've heard lately is that as teachers, we are expected to prepare children for jobs in 10 or 15 years that we don't even know the names of yet. Can we agree on that as a group? Because in 10 or 15 years from now, there will be jobs out there that it doesn't have a name today. And we are expected as teachers to prepare our children for those jobs. Now, there's a lot of bookwork and curriculum, and of course that's all necessary. But the only other way to prepare our children is by providing them the necessary skills to be able to think and do things for themselves, right? Which is essentially what 4IR skills are all about. And as a company, we focus quite heavily, and you can see we're actually part of a group of edtech companies, Scatco, Buzzbotics, Kids for Gaming, which have Computer for Kids, which you may have seen before. But we focus on really bringing gamification and esports as a skill-building activity into schools and assisting schools on how to do that, right? That's essentially what we do on a day-to-day basis. I have a very boring job, don't you think? All right. So our vision. Sorry, just grab some food there. So our vision is really looking at how does 4IR impact today's learning environment, right? And how can, and what does that actually translate to in a gaming environment as well? So up there's a couple of skills: communication, collaboration, planning, strategic thinking. A lot of them have been mentioned by several speakers this morning already. And I think what makes it unique for us is our collaboration with Microsoft. We are a Microsoft Gold partner as well. And from an alignment perspective, we align quite heavily to the Microsoft Education Transformation Framework. Right now, that is a very long word because it is a 112-page document. Right? So they had to try and put 112 pages into a word. And that is really what aligns us to the way that we are trying to build this into our vision and our mission, of course. Now, what is our objective? As I said earlier, our objective is sustainability, and I'm not going to talk too much about this slide. I will share this with those that have interest afterwards anyway. But from a sustainable perspective, when we started this program a couple of years ago, we really had to think, where does sustainability start? And the reality is that sustainability starts where children start, right? And we call it the grassroots approach. Now, UNISA, in all their wisdom, are seeing this already. You just heard from Dr. Chetty that students arrive in their first year and they fail, right? And the reason for that is that, as with anything, are there math teachers here? Right. Show me your hands. Math teachers, a lot of them, right? And you will agree with me that math works this way. You cannot start at grade 8 math. No, it doesn't work. You have to start at the bottom, and math grows. There's building blocks. And for some other odd reason, we think that other skills don't work that way. I don't know why, because it's not true. Everything that we learn as human beings start at a level when we are smaller, and we learn something, and we build on top of that, and we build on top of that, and we build on top of that. It's the way it works. And for our skills are very much the same. So we started the program by saying that what we want to do is we want to start at the grassroots level and really start with primary schools. Now, I must be honest with you that when we started this a couple of years ago, our initial plan was a 5 to 7 year plan before we got to universities. Unfortunately, technology waits for no one, and adoption of technology even less. Right, so over a course of a very quick, about 3 years now, we've gone from starting a program at a primary school level and having to adapt the program already to be able to service higher education as well. But what I wanted to show you this morning was something that we do on a yearly basis. So what we try and do with schools that we are involved in, the programs that we do, is we try and expose them to two main things, right? The one thing is obviously 4IR skills and how it integrates into education. The other thing that we try and expose them to is, of course, gaming itself, right? So I want to show you a very short video clip. All of you know what Comic-Con is? Comic-Con Africa, do we have some fans here? Right, so there's a yearly event, a big fan and technology event. So last year was the first year that we managed to take some of our primary schools to this event to actually compete in esports on a competitive level. And I want to show you that video very quickly. Let me just jump in there. Oh. And I'm sorry, something seems to have gone wrong with the video. Let me just try that again. My apologies, guys. All right, so while we're waiting for that to load, there is something that we are going to do today. Now, I brought some nice prizes, so I have to say that there are prizes included in this option. All right, I'm going to divide the room into two. On this side of the room, I need 4 volunteers. Just 4. So let's have those two. The lady over here with the green. And let's take one from the middle. This lady sitting here with the black jacket. I'm going to come to that side of the room now. Calm down. All right, so if you 4 could please come down and just join me in the aisle over here. Then this side of the room, let's have the 2 gentlemen over here sitting in the middle, the one with the white, and ma'am, you. Right, so I tried very quickly, as my eyes could look as fast as I could, to pick different people. Because gaming is about this. Gaming is about inclusivity as well, right? One of the big elements that excite people about gaming is being inclusive and being part of something. So, you guys volunteered and you have no idea what for. Okay, so we have a problem over here because I only need 4. Right, so 4. So, ma'am, can I maybe take these first 4? Is that okay? Is that okay with you? Perfect. Okay, so guys, just hang on there for me for a second. So you have no idea what you volunteered for? Let me ask this. Are you gamers? Are you gamers? Do you consider yourself a gamer? No? Okay, you will after today. All right. And you guys, gamers? Oh, I see some gamers. All right. So guys, these are your 2 teams for today. Right, can we give them a hand? All right. This side of the room, this is your team. And they are blue. There we go. The blue team's already ahead, ne? Then this side of the room, this is your team. And they are red. All right. So guys, what I would like you to do, just hang around for me for a second. We are also privileged today to be joined by 2 esports coaches. They are from an actual school that is with one of our programs, and I'd like to introduce them for a second. If you could just stand up, that's Runel and Ryan. So they actually teach esports at a school, and they are going to be your coaches. Right, so you are going to go with them. They are going to take you outside now for the next 10 minutes or so and give you some basic coaching on how to play. And we are going to see who's going to win. All right. Okay, so now that we have selected our teams, you will be very happy to know that we are going to take a small break, a small tea break. We will continue when we come back. They are going to do their coaching. When we come back, those teams will face off against each other, and we will share some more information with you. So, Dr. Chetty, I think 20 minutes? 30 minutes. So, guys, we will take a quick 30-minute break. Go and have a coffee, bathroom, water, whatever you need. Please be back in 30 minutes, and we will continue.
And
There we go. Yo. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please take your seats for a second. I am your game show host. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get started. While people are moving in, we are pressed for a little bit for time, and I am watching the time for us. So while people are moving in, I'm going to give our teams an opportunity to introduce themselves. So I'm going to hand you the mic. Please tell us who you are and where you are from.
My name is Wame, and I'm coming from a school called Grace and Favor Academy in Northwest, Lerome.
Wonderful.
Okay, my name is Fumani, not Fumani, Fumani, from Christian Brothers College, Mount Edmund.
Hi everyone, my name's Tina. I'm also CBC Mount Edmund.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Peggy. I come from Ramwitz Primary School in Orange Farm.
All right, so at the moment, the blue team is leading. I'm just saying. I see that a lot of the red team is not here yet.
Kabuyelo. Kano from Mamelodi, but I work at Ebaweze. So Kabuyelo, red team Ramashashara.
Sanel Siwe from Brongospruit Vezulazi Primary School. Red team Siabangena.
Haike. What's up, everyone? Representing the red team, Sino, aka DK, from the East, Ekurhuleni South. What's up?
Sipiwe Ndlovu from Simkulu Primary School, representing the red team.
All right, so the reason why they are introduced is now you know them. All right, guys, the way that this works is that as the teams are playing, we are going to show you, or try and show you, what they are looking at on this big screen. Now, you may or may not know what's going on, but that's not the point. Because your job as the crowd is to infuse your team. So, if you are in the red team, you will cheer for red. Hopefully, you will see when they are winning. If you are in blue, you will cheer for blue, and hopefully see if they are winning. We are going to be playing 2 maps, guys, and afterwards, once all the games are played, we will sit down very quickly with the coaches on a panel, and we will explain to you what are the skills and things that have been learned during this session. Remember, bear in mind that the coaches only had about 10 minutes with each of these teams, and some of these people have never seen Minecraft or touch a keyboard, so it's going to be very interesting to see just how that transference of skills will happen. Now, before we get started on that, Rudy, if I could just have that video up, because before the break, I wanted to show you a video of something that we did last year and that we will be again doing this year for primary schools, just to give you a flavor of what is out there from an esports perspective. First ever primary school tournament here at Comic Con.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's it. Balloon takes round 2.
Action! There we go. Awesome. Thank you.
There we go. Did you guys enjoy the video? Did it give you a sense of how involved the kids get and what they do and they play? There were some nice instances in that video which I hope you actually saw, but you saw obviously when the winning team won, they were super excited, right? But I hope you noticed what they did afterwards, right? They walked to the losing team and they congratulated and they said, well played, good job. And this is the thing about esports, right? Oh, by the way, I hope you also saw the all-girls team there. We have one of the best all-girl Minecraft teams, by the way, just if you didn't know this. But esports is number one. It's super inclusive, right? Because if you think about it, if I asked anyone in this audience, I guess, I'm going to ask you actually to do that, right? If you have a game on your phone, raise your hand. And you say you are not gamers. All right. The reality is this, is that gaming is part of, I almost want to say part of our culture today, right? Everybody does it. Whether you are a serious gamer or a mobile gamer or a phone gamer or 5 minutes before I fall asleep gamer, you are a gamer in some shape or form, most of us at least, right? The difference between when we say gaming and using gaming in education is the fact that we base these things in educational, building educational skill. The short of it, building 4IR skills. That is what it is aimed at doing, right? So we have some players here, and I just want to check if Rudy is ready to start, or do you want to show the second one? So guys, what we then also did is, obviously, we're talking about primary schools now, but what we then did is, as we progressed this program, we then moved into high schools as well. So I want to show you another short video. I think it's only about 1.5 minutes long, maybe 2 minutes. And this is, who of you know about Rage, or the event that takes place at Rage? It's a big tech show, also once a year. So we took some of the high school students to Rage and had an incredible response, because you would think that high school students don't play Minecraft. Don't be fooled, right? Some of them are very, very competitive. So please, ready? There we go. So first of all, can I just see by the show of hands, how many of you here today for the first time is hearing about esports in education? Are you happy that you are here? You should be. You are on that curve, right? Early adopters, right? You are on that curve. So, guys, the reality is that it is very new, right? It is a very new concept. It is very new in schools, and a lot of schools have not even wrapped their heads around why it's necessary, right? Why is, because a lot of people hear gaming, and there's a lot of pushback. And I know, I speak to teachers, principals every week. I know that this pushback comes from parents, right? And sometimes it is because parents are uninformed. And part of what we do as a day-to-day job is to be able to arm teachers to answer these questions, right? Because parents are worried about things, and it makes sense, right? The unfortunate thing is they, as with many other things, rely on teachers to raise their children, right? They rely on teachers to be the person telling them about things of the world. Because here's what happens. I always say to people, think about it this way. When you want your child to drive, we as parents take big responsibility. I do this, right? I told my daughter in wintertime, go out, go start the car. Why? Didn't really teach her anything. I just wanted the engine to be hot and the heater to be on by the time I got to the car, right? And then at some point you go, okay, now you can put it in reverse, and you reverse up and down the driveway. And then on some random Sunday, you take it to Pick and Pay, and you go, okay, you're in the parking lot where there's no one around, try and see if you can navigate the car a little bit. And then we take them to driving school, and then they've got to go for a test. And after they've done all of this, we go, here's the keys. What parents are doing with esports, online gaming, and things like anything cyber-related phones or whatever may be the case, they go, here's your phone and here's the keys. Good luck. That's what they do, right? Or a lot of them. I'm generalizing now. There are parents who don't. But generally speaking, that is what people do. And these things are important because we are exposing our children to a world where there's technology, where there's things that they are going to be doing, whether we want them to do it or not. They are playing games. Are we teaching them, number one, the right way to do it, the responsible way to do it, and how are we utilizing a tool that they want to use to bring into education? Those are the questions, right, that we are trying to answer. Okay, so let me grab a sip of water. It's very hot up here. We are going to get to gaming. Now for today we have a game host, or what we call a league master. And I see the guys are just setting up the final touches there, so I'm going to introduce him. Zuan, I don't know, are you going to be there or are you going to be here? Where are you going to be? Is your mic not working? All right, so I think Zuan will be up there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Zuan is what we commonly refer to as a league master, or in other sports he's known as a referee, right? He's the person calling out the plays and what's happening on the map and those sort of things. So you can listen to him while we're going to be on the screen. I think the guys are just going to switch that over for us. And then what you will see is you are going to be seeing a screen from a person called an observer. So there, in a game, you've got a couple of things. You've got players, which are these lovely people on the red team. And these lovely people on the blue team. All right, and then you have the coaches at the back, and the coaches are, of course, talking to the teams as they are playing. At the top, we have our observer, and he's going to be looking at the game basically from a bird's eye view up and showing us the game. And then we have Zuan, who will be commentating for us, so you can listen out for his call-outs. So if you don't know what's going on, listen to him, and he will be telling you things that are happening. So let's see. Rudy, are we ready to go? All right, Zuan, do you have a mic? Do you want me to bring you one? Let's just see. I think they're sorting him out. Is it working? Hello? There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your league master, Zuan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First off, I'd like to ask, and we give a round of applause to our teams as they're busy loading in. And whilst they're jumping into the worlds, I just want to quickly run through what our players will be faced with in each of the maps. So there are two maps that they'll be playing. In the first map, they will be going through parkour. I assume everyone has an idea on what parkour is. No? Okay. Parkour is essentially obstacles where you're jumping over different elements, moving under, around. It's very much your big obstacle courses. And parkour is just the action of moving through it. So they've got parkour challenges that are mixed in between puzzles, where we will be testing collaboration skills and problem-solving capabilities within our players. In the second map, we'll have the players end off in a capture the flag competition. The first team to collect 5 flags will win. Just want to see how far our players are in loading in. Just from the coaches, do you need another minute or two? Thumbs up from blue side, red side.
Okay. Thank you, guys. What Vivian mentioned there, and I'll say this out loud over the mic, is just a fair warning. For those of you, there are a select few people that do suffer from motion sickness. And if you watch a big screen like this, it can become quite evident. If you suffer from motion sickness and you feel a little bit weird, just do this. Place your hand over your eyes. Just look down for a few seconds, and you can try and watch again, right? If that continues, then please stop watching, right? But just to control your motion sickness. It actually doesn't happen that often on smaller screens, but on big screens it tends to happen sometimes. All right, Zoon, are we ready?
I just need to see from red team, are you all ready on your side?
All right, blue team ready? Red team ready?
Okay, and starting the countdown to the first map in 3, 2, 1, and they're off. And as we can see in the first area, they've got to try and get out. And we've had them move to the first stage. As we can see, there are directional signs on the floor itself to give our players a bit of a guidance, considering this being their first time playing a esports match and competition. And we've got a stop call on blue side.
All right, guys, bear with us. We are technology reliant, and the internet here, as you may have noticed, is not so 100%. So if there is a drop, we will have a stop call by the teams, and they will just restart the map. All right, guys, it does seem like there's a bit of an internet issue at the moment, so we're just connecting the other teams. I apologize for that. So while we're waiting for these teams to load up and we can get the actual game started for you to show you a little bit about this, what I'm interested to understand from your perspective, and I will bring you the mic no matter where you sit, so you can raise your hand. What I would like to understand from your perspective as an audience is, first of all, if you think about gaming and you think about the qualities and the skills that potential learners can learn, real life skills, right? I want to understand what your opinion is on that, one, valuable or not, and I want to understand how do you see it fit into future-ready skills for the future workplace. I can see that there's a hand up there. I'm going to ask you, right? I'm going to bring you the mic. Don't look around, it's for you.
Good afternoon. I don't know. Good morning. Yeah, good morning, everyone. I definitely think gaming is valuable because as a teacher, I've got this game, Farmville. So it's literally teaching me like agricultural skills. So I can teach that to the kids as well. When I look at Minecraft, what they're doing, like I'm a foundation-based teacher, so I think like moving forward, jumping, like those basic skills in that. And it can go further, right? It can teach them then like parkour. Is it parkour, right? So then the kids can go into that and be physically active, you know? So, and then their minds think about obstacles that they can create. So they become engineers, future engineers in that, like designing. That's how I see gaming.
All right. So let's think, can we give her a hand? I think it's a good answer. Okay, let's think about inclusivity for a second. Let's talk about inclusivity. Do you think that gaming promotes inclusivity? Yeah, yes, I see no hands. There we go, we have a hand over there. Does gaming influence or impact inclusivity?
Good morning, colleagues. Okay, so gaming does include inclusivity because I'm going to just use a practical example. I'm teaching in a township school. We have internet, we have laptops. We've managed to be on a similar platform with those CBCs and so on. Sorry, no offense. Right. But what it does, it levels the playing field. Because if you look at the gaming, it's very similar to robotics. There's input, output, and logic. Now, at the moment, the GDE is pushing the robotics, which is logic thinking. And my son and I, we play Minecraft and other games, even the coding, and it allows learners to think more on a logical aspect, which allows them to think in the real world. Because if you look at it, there's problem-based learning and project-based learning. So if you look at gaming, it's problem-based learning, where you have an obstacle, like the lady said, it's created, but you have only certain pathways that you can take. So it's up to the learner to decide which is the most optimum pathway to take. And I've seen learners that are very young, that come from disadvantaged backgrounds, that have been able to participate on this platform. Thanks.
Perfect, let's give him a hand. So before I go to my next question, because I do see the guys are struggling a little bit with the connection there, I want to give you a personal account of something that happened with me, right? So we are at a tournament, we are hosting a tournament, I think it was for something like 16 schools, and we're very busy, right? We're running around and I'm doing things and fixing stuff and all sorts of stuff going on, right? And I don't really pay attention to the teams that are playing because there's coaches who are looking after them, right? And right at the end, when we are handing over the trophies, I see this boy lifting the trophy and he only has one hand, right? And in a moment, I realized that the whole day I didn't even notice it. It was an incredible feeling to, in that moment, realize that me, I'm in gaming, I pay attention to gaming, I didn't realize he was included in his team. Now, that's not the thing that actually got to me. Well, it did, but there's a bigger thing than that. Because a couple of weeks later, about 3 or 4 weeks later, I'm chatting to this teacher from the student, and he says to me, listen, you will not believe the change in this child's attitude in class. Right? Because he went from the boy in the corner at the back to being patted on the back as he was walking out. Right? So a major difference happened with the child. That's just a personal account, right? Okay, next question. When it comes to gaming, there's two things that are important when you think about actually not even just gaming, but gamification. So the one is gaming can either be done as an extramural, right, or it can be done as part of the curriculum. Now I have my answer, but I'm very interested in your answer, right? Is it one, is it the other, or is it both? Hands. I should have somebody running around with a mic.
Morning, colleagues. I think it can be done in both as extramural and in curricular, because there's one part that people are always missing when it comes to gaming, which are the career paths that are available within gaming. And it's called esports. Everybody thinks of sports being physical activity, but there's something else that is called esports, where learners can participate and become as, sports people as the ones that are in contact sports.
Let's give him a hand. So there's a couple of things in that answer, right? And I always like asking this question. Here's the reality, and I'm going to ask you to clap if you agree with me. That's the only way I know how, or if you agree with me. But in many schools, about 60% of students are not involved. Yay or nay? Right? And what we have seen from a statistic perspective is that about that 60% of students never represent the school in anything. And the reality is with esports, we attract about 60% of those kids to be involved in an activity or to represent the school. Right? So that's a nice social thing for the school, because now I've got learners who build pride in my school, build pride in my brand, and can actually represent the school in something. Right? So that's the one thing. The other thing that you mentioned is around careers, right? Very interesting topic. Do you know that currently esports is the biggest growing sport in the world? Globally, there is not a sport that is growing at the same rate. And in esports, there's 55. As we stand today, I'm not even talking about 10 years or 15 years from now. As we stand today, there are 55 systemic careers in the esports ecosystem. Can I tell you what is scary for me? When I asked the question, how many of you have heard about esports in learning, there was a sea of hands. Yet there are 55 careers today, systemic careers. Now, what does that mean? It means that it's a career with a career, right? So you become a lawyer, or you become a lawyer who is proficient, or you specialize in gaming content, or copyright, or whatever may be the case, right? It's systemic careers. 55 career options are available. That's the second point that you made. There was a third point as well that I wanted to touch on, but now it's eluded me. All right. So let's check. I think the guys, are we there yet, guys? Do we have connection yet? Not. We're still struggling. 2 minutes, apparently. All right. So let me move then to the next section, which is the next section of the presentation anyway. This is the part where I want you guys to ask us questions that you are thinking about. So if you have a question, please ask me, and I will do my best to give you the right answer.
I just wanted to ask, what's the difference, or if you could explain, between robotics and gaming? Because our school does robotics, and then we have an extramural where they just kind of do robotics again.
Okay. So first of all, gaming, when you think about gaming, and that's why I'm hoping we can get the connection sorted so that I can show you guys what that means, right? But gaming is a competitive sport in most cases, right? So when you talk about skills that are learned, you talk about things like communication skills, cognitive thinking, strategic alignment, metacognition. You are thinking about those sort of skills. a lot of that translates into robotics as well, but robotics fundamentally is based on coding, right? Being able to code or to teach a non-human robot, i.e., to do something based on your coding level. Now, you can do the same thing in gaming as well, right? And that is why they stand very close to each other. But robotics very much focuses on the robot building part of it, whereas gaming focuses on the skill building part of it. Does that make sense? Okay, next question. Where? Oh, there we go.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Memotsepe, and I love and I see the benefits of gaming mentally. The question is, how does it contribute or help the learners physically? You were talking about a lot of learners that aren't involved in sports, in physical or contact sport. And I'm wondering how it helps them. And one of the gentlemen gave a beautiful speech there about how we ought to teach learners from the heart to the heart. How does this then promote spiritual morals, values, as well as body coordination skills, etc.? Thank you. And the issue of load shedding and...
Is it addictive?
All right, so I'm going to ask you to remind me of some of your points, because I'm going to jump around between the two answers, right? So let's cover that question first. Is it addictive? What do you guys think? Is it addictive? Why? Why do you think it's addictive? Yes, it's fun, and you get rewarded. I'm going to give you a different answer, and some of you may not like this answer, right? Dopamine is also a good answer, right? The games are designed to build dopamine, because you get that energy release when you are achieving something, and it releases dopamine. You feel nice, right? But you get that from rugby as well, cricket, hockey, soccer, anything. Do you agree? So dopamine's not really a good one, because you get it from a lot of things. Fair enough. Okay? But a lot of these things that we are talking about, guys, feeling energetic, feeling alive, getting dopamine, all of these things, it's got nothing to do with gaming. Do you agree? It's got to do with the fact that you feel rewarded, that you feel valuable, that you feel like you're doing something. Right? So for that matter of fact, I can say that hockey is addictive. Here's why people view it as addictive, and I'm going to give you the answer. This is my answer, please. Just know that. For years, this is how parents have raised their children. Have you done your homework, Susie? Yes, mommy, I did. Right. Because you were a good girl, you can now go and play some games. Is it true? That is how parents have raised their children. So what do our children do? When I get a chance, I'm going to be in front of it, because this is my reward for doing something. So part of our program, we actually work with teachers to also teach them that, listen, guys, this is no longer a reward. It is something that you are doing. If I tell you you can go and play soccer, no child is going to go out on a soccer field, okay, maybe Cristiano Ronaldo, but no other child will go out on a soccer field and play soccer for 7 hours straight. Because they know, I'm going to go, I'm going to practice, I'm going to do something, and then I'm going to leave. I'm going to go on with the rest of my life. I'm going to go and do something else. But because of the way that parents have been doing this, and because of the way that teachers have not been saying anything else, this is one of the reasons why it's being viewed as addictive, right? Because it's seen as a reward. So again, when we work with schools, we also help teachers to understand there's a way to implement this. Minimize screen time, keep it to a specific level, right? So those things are important as well. Now, getting to your point, from a physical activity perspective. So again, as part of our program, what we do is when we work with schools, we talk about something called a balanced gamer, right? So what that means, besides talking about this, so, it's not a thing that you're going to do for 7 hours, it's something that you're going to do and go on with your life. We also work with schools to see how they balance physical and computer activities. There's a school that we work with that actually has it in their policy Because remember, as part of this, we all set up policies as well, right? We say if you're part of esports, this is a policy. This is how esports is going to work at my school. But in their school, their policy is for every hour that you spend doing this, you have to spend an hour doing a physical activity. And that ranges from anything, right? I mean, they've got yoga in their school and, I don't know, all sorts of other, weird physical activities. But the point is they balance it exactly by time-based. Now, I don't know if time-based is the best way to do it. I think if you get both from a child, you are in a good position, right? You get some physical activity, some mental activity. They might not be as strong on both, equally, if that makes sense. Then you had another question about morality and social behavior and teaching from the heart. I can tell you, and I'm going to ask the coaches actually to assist me with this if we can't get this gaming setup working. But actual coaches that do this will tell you that when you coach a team, an esports team, you have to coach the same thing as when you teach any other team. You have to teach them things like sportsmanship, good behavior, models. The fact that it's gaming doesn't change that, right? It's a sport, guys. It's been announced as an Olympic sport in the next Olympics. It's going to be there. Do you know that, by the way? Okay, so esports is an official Olympic sport now. In February this year, it was announced. It will be at the next Olympics, right? So it's a sport. It's there, and has a lot of the same principles. Did that answer your question? In total, partially, is there something still outstanding? Oh, yeah, babe. All right. Guys, we'll take one more. It looks like we are winning.
Okay, good morning, colleagues. So the question I have is, what mechanisms are implemented to avoid isolation, as gaming can diminish social interactions?
So, when you're talking about this kind of gaming, or this kind of setup, right, you will see that when it works, when we're going, these people are going to talk to each other. They are going to communicate, because it's the only way they can play the game, right? They cannot play the game in any other way. If the one doesn't tell the other one what he's busy doing, then the other team will win. So effectively, one of the things that we are going to be checking is who is communicating the best, the blue team or the red team. Because one of the fundamentals of Minecraft is that there's communication between players. So unfortunately, isolation does happen, right? If it's left unchecked. Because at the moment, a lot of the behavior in gaming has been driven by the past, by the guy in the basement, the dodgy guy typing messages, right? Because no one ever told them what the right ways to do it. And this is part of the problem that we are trying to address. Does that make sense? Answer your question. Okay. Guys, are we ready?
Yes, we are.
There we go.
Okay, it does seem that we are having connection issues with two of the devices. So each team will move down to 3 players running through the different maps. So before they jump in, let's just build up the excitement for each of the teams again. Let's give them a bit of support. And we are into the map. Okay, and the teams are off.
Please make some noise for your teams!
As we can see, this is an example of the first parkour section, where each player needs to carefully jump to the next place. We've got red team that has made it the furthest, and blue team is leading the charge. just over halfway. The most difficult aspect is making sure that you time your jumping right. See, blue team's halfway, red team's halfway. Almost to the end, blue team's over first. And now we've moved on to the second part of the challenge for blue team. Red team still needs to make it across the parkour section. See if red team player is able to make it, and unfortunately not. Blue team is busy currently dealing with the next puzzle. And this is a key aspect of teamwork. And they've just managed to open it up. Let's see, red team is still struggling with the parkour section. However, we have almost made it to the end. Blue team's moved on to the next aspect of the map where they need to jump their timing perfectly to move on. And blue team is making a massive headway across the map, hugging the wall to move around. And unfortunately falls halfway through and has to start again from the beginning of that parkour section. Red team has made it across and is officially starting with the puzzle or problem-solving section of the map. Let's see if they're able to get through. As you'll see on the walls, there are buttons that give them a hint on what needs to be done. Blue team is still busy trying to get through the next section of parkour. And we can see the coaches are very busy giving advice on each one of the sides. We can see blue team's almost across and unfortunately doesn't land the final jump and has to start again. Red team's still busy with the problem-solving section, and blue team is across, and they've got another collaborative problem that needs to be solved and needs another teammate with them. Red team has made it through and opened the gate to get started with their parkour section. Blue team is trying to get their second player across to help open the gates for the last section of the map. Can blue team get a second teammate across to help solve the challenge? And blue team's going to keep going at it, and unfortunately makes it less than halfway. Red team is busy moving on to the next parkour section. It is, and blue team is across and is able to work together to open up the next section. It's important to note that there is a time limit on completion of the map. Let's see where red team is. Red team's busy making it across, struggling with the slime jump. And yes, the floating green block is slime. And blue team is moving across the bridge, looks like. And we can see the red team is still trying to get through the slime jump. And they miss the block just slightly. Almost stuck the landing. It looks like blue team is waiting for their last player to try and make it across the section before moving on. Blue team can move across the bridge. You do not have to wait for your last player. So you're going to have to just give the sign a bit of a dodge. We've got red team that has a player across the slime jump that now needs to teeter next to the wall to try and make it through to the next section. Red team is making it across. Red team has a player around the wall hug section, and blue team is moving across the bridge, proceeding through to the rest of the map. And we can see that there's an archery challenge now, where blue team needs to hit a target in order to move further. This is a test of accuracy. And we've got a bow and arrow equipped. Let's see if we're able to take aim.
Nice. Nice.
And blue team has succeeded in finishing the parkour run first. We now need red team to finish their parkour section. And something that was not mentioned earlier is the final stage of this map is a PvP arena, which means both teams will go head to head to see who can eliminate who. So we're just waiting for red. So we've got both teams putting armor on, as well as equipping their relevant weapons.
So ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, while the teams are preparing, what is happening is that because one of the teams finished the parkour section first, they went to the PvP arena pulling the other team with them. So both these teams are now in PvP, but you will see blue team will have 5 points already. And that is what, but the reason that is because they finished the parkour first. But these two teams will now go head to head. They are armoring up and will face off when those doors open.
Part of the PvP points, you unfortunately need to kill the other team.
And you can see some of the players have already got their armor on.
And ready to battle it out. Which team do you think is going to take the final edge? There's a lot of noise coming from blue side.
All right, so they are about to start the PvP. If you check on the screen, you will see there's something called points. That is what you want to watch. The points on the right-hand side, because that is who will determine the winner. Oh, I see there's some lava already. There we go, and here comes the red team.
And we've got the players out and into the arena. And we've got a red and a blue player that has found one another and are busily battling it out, moving into the lava pit actually. It is important to note that falling into the lava does kill you. And we've got 1 point for red, 7 for blue. first team to 20 points wins.
So we have 13 points to go for the blue team.
Red team's up to 2. Red team up to 4. It is currently 4 to red, 7 to blue, as they busy battle it out for the final section of this map. The lakes of lava are giving our players quite a bit of a challenge in between their fighting. Red team's on 4 points, blue team up to 9. And we've got red up to 6, blue 10. Blue has just gotten another point and another kill.
So blue team halfway there now. They have to start pushing. There is a time limit on this map as well.
We can see different types of weapons being used, from archery through to swords. It is currently red at 7 and blue at 13. Red team does seem to be closing the gap slowly. And we've got a blue team versus red face-off, and blue has taken it. Blue team has gotten another point, up to 15. 16. We've got red fighting off 2 blue players in the middle of the arena. And it's currently a blue player has just got another point. Red at 8, blue at 18. 2 points left for blue. 1 point left for blue. Can red team at all pull this back?
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise!
And our winners are blue team for the first map.
All right. So you will agree with me.
Let's give a round of applause to both teams.
All right. So some nice team spirit here. All right, guys, before we move on, let's give one last hand to our blue team, the winners. And a clap to the team competing against them, the red team. All right. So guys, was that fun? Okay, can you see the enjoyment? Okay, so today was all about giving you a practical example, right? So talking to you a little bit practically about what gaming is in education, what does it mean and what does it not mean, and also to give you a bit of an idea, a flavor of what this is all about and why kids love it. You were not kids, but you were acting like kids. Yes? All right. This is why kids enjoy it, guys. It's high energy. It gives them a thrill. And at the same time, imagine this. It teaches them something. Right? Mind-blowing. And I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to speak to 2 people from the blue team, 2 people from the red team. We have a few minutes left, I think about 5 or 10 minutes before I close off. But I want to hear from these players what they felt and what they learned. Because technically speaking, they are our students today. Do you agree? Some of them have not been very good. So that excuse about, I don't know how to game, You saw people who don't game become gamers today, right? So we're going to find out from them. Ma'am, please introduce again who you are, where you're from, and tell us what you thought about the experience.
Okay, hi everyone. My name's Tina and I'm from CBC, Mount Edmund. I just think we worked really well, and I think at the moment, like, even though there's so much noise around us, we were focusing so hard on what we were doing, we kind of blocked it out. So I think that as teachers, if you really put your heart, your mind, your soul, everything into something that you want to do and want to achieve, you will be able to.
Perfect. All right, ma'am, tell us, what skills do you think? Just as a, I mean, it's not that you necessarily have to be proficient at them today, but what skills do you think you learned today?
Wow, this game is really difficult. First thing, but what I learned is that we should work as a team. It's most important that we work as a team. And another thing is coordination. You should know really what you are doing, and also communicate with your team members. Communication is really important on this game.
Good. Your communication was obviously not bad. All right, from the red team, can I hand it to you?
Hade, kabu ready, Hade? Right, what? My name is Kano from Gauteng North, D1. Right, what we've learned, the game is not difficult. That's one thing I can say. What we need to do, which controls must we use? Especially if people are watching the screen, we were falling most of the time on the lava. We were supposed to hold W, move forward, and shift and space, where you are able to jump. So that was the whole trick. And then off attacking and all that, that is why some of us could eventually get points, because of we managed to just jump correctly. But so, Hade kabu ready, Hade? And the skill that I think we've managed to use is, I think one of my learned colleagues will get into that. Hade kabu ready, Hade?
Molweni again. I think for me a valuable lesson here is, and I'm thinking about something that happened recently with my learners, is that I gave them a creative writing project with instructions and a checklist. I tell you, they skipped right through it and went to the work, and they made silly mistakes because they weren't following instructions. So what I think this teaches is the value of reading and following instructions, because for them at that level, just give it to them. There's no real value, but when they play and they see that if I don't follow instructions, I'm going to die, then it ingrains it in them that, okay, here's an assessment, I need to follow instructions.
All right. So guys, it's always better. I can tell you a lot, right? I have years of experience now in doing this, and I can tell you a lot of information, but it's always better to hear it from people, and people that do things that you do on a daily basis, right? Because sometimes it's difficult for us to go, what is gaming going to change in my life? What am I going to... So I want to encourage you, and I'm going to actually start closing with this, but I want to encourage you tonight when you go home. If you have never played a game in your life, which by the show of hands earlier I doubt, but if there are those of you who haven't played games, go and play a game, but I want you to play the game in this way. When you are playing it, think. Don't think about the game. Think about what you are doing. What is this teaching me? How am I navigating? What skill am I using? Some of these games, guys, amazing mathematic games, people don't even know it. You have to count stuff, add numbers to move to the next level. Great, great games, right? So when you play that game tonight, do that 5 minutes before bed, if you want to. Think not about the game, but about what this game is actually teaching me. Okay, so now I don't have it on the screen, and I will try and get it on the screen for you, but I'm going to put a QR code up between me and whoever is next. As part of what RGB Gaming does on a yearly basis is we actually work with big companies to try and bring tech and gaming into education as well. For example, and I'll give you an example of the cuff, Nintendo South Africa. We are their official partner for Splatoon this year. And in the beginning of the year, they said to us, listen, we want to invest into school esports, and how do we do that, and what do we have to do? And we partnered up with them, and we rounded up 16 schools to be part of the Nintendo League. Nintendo then sponsored them some consoles and things, and we sponsored some screens, 4K screens that the school needed, and whatever may be the case. And now, these kids are so good that Nintendo overseas have agreed to sponsor a tournament this year in South Africa, right? Which is amazing news, because it also means that there's some investment coming into the country for gaming specifically, and not only for gaming, but for gaming and education as well, right? So it's actually a very big thing. But we work with a lot of companies, and I see my presentation is up, so I can probably go to the slide for you. I know I'm gonna be quick, man. All right, let's go to that slide. So there's some brands on the board over there, and these are some of the big brands that we work with. And for 2024, guys, there are some of these brands who have agreed to do projects with schools locally as well. Now, unfortunately, we can't involve everyone, right? We've got to sort of go through this process of identifying schools that can be involved, that are ready to be involved, that have the appetite to be involved in these sort of things. So I'm going to, if you could just click to the next slide for me, Prof, please. Don't worry, I'll do it. No problem. So there's a QR code on the screen right now. If you think your school is ready for esports, wants to do esports, wants to get involved in some of these programs next year, please scan that QR code. It's going to take you to a form. Please fill it in with your detail, and that way I will know who you are. I do see some familiar faces in the audience. So if you're already part of one of our programs, please don't fill in the form. I already know who you are. But for those of you who are not, please scan, and that way we can get some information and get in contact with you. Guys, even if you just want to find out more information, so not necessarily straight away want to be involved in one of these programs, if you need more information about Scholastic Esports, how to get involved in it, what are the benefits, those sort of things, same process, please just let us know who you are and we will get in touch. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a lot of fun spending some time with you this morning. We hope you had fun as well. The last thing that we are going to do is just award our teams their prizes for participation. So your champions for today, ladies and gentlemen, of course, is the blue team. The runners-up and first to collect their prizes, red team. Can we please give them a hand of applause? Okay. All right, guys. Okay, guys. There we go. Big hand of applause for the red team, guys. Your runners-up. And the first UNISA RGB champions. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the blue team. There we go. One more hand for the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Yaku from RGB Gaming. If there's anything else, I will be around afterwards. Please come and see me, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is this? Thank you. Can you hear me? Am I audible? Thank you, colleagues. Let's make some noise for the blue team. Thank you. Yaku, thank you very much. You are a great commentator. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to call upon Microsoft. Banele, are you here? For Microsoft Educational Tools. Banele, thank you, and over to you.
use this one. Okay. Good afternoon, teachers, educators. How's everyone doing? Good, thanks. My name is Banele Mngqi. I'm from Soweto, Dobsonville, and yes, representing. So I'm super excited to be here, guys, because within Microsoft, I am a modern work specialist. So I look after all of the training, professional development for educators. So what I'm going to be showing you today is what I consider exciting tools, just like gaming, right? So earlier we had a handshake that we are going to implement the blended approach. So we still teach face-to-face, but then we add a little bit of a dash of online tools, okay? Now you might be wondering, okay, Banele, what are these online tools? Do I have them? Do I have access to them? And if you do have a school email address, then you do, okay? So all you need is your school email address, sign into Microsoft 365, and all of these tools will be available, all right? So I'm gonna show you the art of the possible, but I'm not here by myself. I'm also here with the MIEE, and she's going to show you how you can apply these tools, all right? I think there's another mic that's on causing feedback. I can switch it off, right? Yep, okay. All right, so Charmaine is here, and she's going to show you how, or basically give you ideas on how you can implement all of these tools. So here's what I'm gonna cover for the next 30 minutes. And this is just the art of the possible. So I'm gonna start with Microsoft Teams for education. Now, do you guys know if there is a difference between the commercial version of Teams versus the education version of Teams? By show of hands, who says, Banela, I knew that? Or do you think it's the same thing that, hey, Teams is just a conferencing tool, and this is what we use to switch on Teams, go to the bathroom, and not participate? I mean, sometimes I do that, but you know, Teams for education is way more than that. So I'll take you through the interface. I'll show you some of the collaboration tools, and my personal favorite, assignments and reflect, okay? And then I'm gonna show you assistive technologies. As much as we talk about accessibility, that it's only for people with special needs, I'm gonna prove to you today that when it comes to assistive technologies, anyone and everyone can use these tools so that they can become more productive, all right? I'm gonna show you features around immersive reader, dictate, translation, which is also a good one. And then, because we live in SA, most students have access to a smartphone. If not them, probably a parent or a friend. So I'm gonna show you using a smartphone that everything that I've demoed, they can take that with them on the go, okay? You guys excited? Can we begin? All right. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up a demo account, and this demo account here, I'm logged in with a demo account called Kara, and you'll see that the Chrome is pink. So that's my educator account. So I've logged into Microsoft Teams, and the way that I got here, simple as typing in office.com, you sign in with your username and password, and then you should be inside Microsoft 365, which is the one that's populating right now. And then from here, you launch Microsoft Teams. So before I continue, let me just get a little bit of context. Have you guys used Teams in your classrooms before? Okay. For meetings only. All right. Now, let me be more specific. Have you used Teams for teaching and learning in your classrooms? No. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. So I'm going to show you tools, and then Charmaine will show you how she uses Teams in her classroom, which might spark an idea. So I'm basically planting the seed, and she's going to water it. Okay. So let me go back to Microsoft Teams. So this is Office 365, and you'll see that on the far left-hand side. Sorry, guys, I'm not being inclusive. I'm sure you can see now, right? All right. On the far left-hand side, you'll see applications, and I've gone ahead and clicked on Teams, and it launched Teams in the browser. So if you forgot your device, you don't have your charger, you can make use of Teams also in the browser and on your smartphone. All right. So now that I've launched Microsoft Teams, this is the basic interface. And let's start on the far left-hand side. So, excuse me, guys, let me just also increase my mouse cursor, my mouse pointer, so that you guys can follow along. And because it's Women's Month, I'm going to change the color to pink. All right. Yeah. All right. Okay, so this is the Teams interface. Also on the far left, we start with activity. So most of us have smartphones, and I've got a bad habit that the first thing I do when I wake up, which I have to change, by the way. First thing I need to do is I need to thank God for another day because I've got breath in my lungs. But this habit that I have is I take my smartphone, look at messages, and more especially if it's the morning after pay or the morning before payday, I check if whether my salary has gone through, right? So the same is true that within Teams, anything that has to do with activities or anything that has transpired in Teams, your student sent you a message, there is a late submission of an assignment, everything you'll find under activities. So think of activities as your notifications. So when I click here, you will see that on the left-hand side that Kara has added an assignment, etc., etc. So you'll see everything that has transpired in Teams. That's your activities. And then next is chat. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. Similar to WhatsApp, you can communicate one-on-one, or it could be one-is-to-many, where you've got a group, and it could be a group setting. So you can send messages to your students, and also incorporating the fun element. I mean, if your students are playing games as well, then you can also make use of emojis, or you can make use of GIFs, just to communicate a message better. I mean, sometimes, my colleagues would send me a message, and I would just respond with a thumbs up to say, I saw it, or I acknowledge what you've just sent me. But there's much more to that. So there's emojis, etc., etc. So it's straightforward. You can type text, and on your smartphone, you can also add voice messages, all right? And you can also add video messages if you want. So this is your playground for you to talk to your students as well as your educators, your fellow educators. And then next, this is where the fun begins. This is Teams right here. And I want you to think of Teams as a class team. I know there's a bit of ambiguity because the software is called Teams and the tab is called Teams, and when we work together, we are a team, okay? But think of this team as a class team, all right? So I'm gonna go to the homepage of Teams, and as an educator, these are all the teams that I belong to and my students are a part of as well. So you can see that I've got a couple of them, Engineering 101, Algebra, etc. And if I want to create a team, it's as simple as clicking on the top right corner, create a team, and then you've got 4 options. The first option is a class team, which we will spend a little bit of time on. And then the rest is your other teams, like a professional learning community. You can create a staff team, you can create other. So if you want to create an esports team, for example, you can go to other and these will be your esports teams, for example. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on class. And when I click on class, a number of resources will be pre-populated for you. And these are the ones that we're going to jump into. So I'm going to call this UNISA. And for the fun of it, I'll just call this esports. Okay? And then when I click next, it's going to ask me, because this is a class team, there's your educator and there's your students. So the first one here is students, and I've got an option of teachers as well. So I'm going to add one of my students, Alden, and I'll click add. And if I want to collaborate with other educators, I can do that. So I'm going to go ahead and click close. So the class team has been created. So by default, this is what you will see. First on the list is your home page. But what is a home page? This is similar to when you go to maybe let's say your higher ed institutions, and you've got a notice board. So typically you would go to this notice board, you would see upcoming exams, you would see results, or anything that the school has to announce. This is where you would see it. So the home page, digitally speaking, is a place where the students can go to find the latest information. So we're talking about resources. Sorry guys, Wi-Fi. But we're talking about resources, upcoming exams, recent files that were shared. Everything will be listed right here. And as an educator, you can go in, you can update whatever you need to update, you can create announcements, etc. So assignments, we're talking the calendar for upcoming class schedules, etc. So this is your notice board, okay? And then the next one here is a class notebook. So by show of hands, have you guys ever used Microsoft OneNote? Okay, and for those that do have their hands up, have you used the OneNote that's on steroids for teaching and learning, the class notebook? Right, it's awesome, right? Now, when I was in school, I remember every Friday, I would have to take my book to my teacher, and they would literally mark my book, and this is a process that we did every other week. Now, using OneNote or the class notebook, every student has their own OneNote. But as a lecturer or as a teacher, I'm able to dive into each and every one of their OneNote. So OneNote, you can create your section. So think of it as a book, and then inside a book you've got chapters, and then inside chapters you've got pages. All right? So let me show you a quick example, and I'm going to load up Engineering 101. And inside here, I'll just quickly show you what this looks like inside OneNote. Okay, so I'm going to click on the class notebook, and you will see all of my students along with their OneNotes, and only I can go in and view. So students can't see what the other student is doing. All right, so it's kept private in that way. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to click on this book icon, and then from here, as I'm scrolling down, these are all my students. All right, so I can dive into, let's say, Fatima, for example, and I can be able to see maybe an assignment or work that I've delegated to her, and I'll be able to give revision, give feedback, and depending on the type of device that I have, I can ink on the screen, because Windows supports touch and it supports pen. Okay, so for your next laptop, opt for a 2-in-1 device that has a pen and it's also a touch screen. All right, so I can go in here and I can check whatever Fatima's been working on, etc., etc. So that's the class notebook. Okay, so I'm going to use the finger system, right, to gauge where we are with regards to understanding. So I'm going to ask you guys, on a scale of 1 to 10, what I've explained so far about the home page and the class notebook. If you say, Banela, I fully understand, it's a 5. If you say, I kind of understand, it's a 4. If you say, I'm totally confused or I'm left behind, it's a 1. So where are we with what I've covered thus far? By show of hands. Okay, I see a 4 and a 5. Excellent. Okay, there's a 1 in front. We can spend time after this. Okay, so the next one, guys, is your classwork. And this is a new feature that has been introduced where it allows you to create sort of like a module for your students, right? And you can populate the classwork with different modules, different assignments, and this is similar to your LMS in a way, right? So if you've used your Moodles or any other LMS, it's similar in this way where you can create module 1, module 2, etc., etc., and you can populate this with information. All right. Okay, so the next one is assignments, and Charmaine's going to cover more on this one here. So with assignments, I can create an assignment, send it to my students. I can create a deadline as to when they should submit. And I do have the option of also allowing late submissions. In terms of assignments, sometimes I want to give or I need to return the assignment back to the student so that they can correct it and then they can resubmit. All of these options are available. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on Create on the bottom here, and I'm going to click on New Assignment. So when I click on New Assignment, it's going to open up a window where I give the assignment a name, a description, and it's important, very, very important to include instructions, okay? Because this is how, I would say, with your higher learning, whenever they submit assignments, use this font, use this font size, etc. So make sure that you type out all of the instructions and it is clear to the student. So here I can include the cutoff date, the cutoff time, and to which class am I assigning this assignment to. So could be Engineering 101 or any other class that I do facilitate, and this will be sent out to all students. But Manela, what happens when a student joins in late? Do I need to send the assignment again to the entire class? No. You can choose all students. You can choose all current and future students. You can choose individual students to send out the assignment, or it could be a group of students. So the flexibility is there. And then you can select a module. So remember we had created a module under classwork earlier. You can choose whether it's module 1 or digital citizenship, so you can incorporate all of that. Next, this has to do with marks or points. So if this is out of 50 or 100, you type it in, the onus is up to you. But you do also have the option of, instead of using marks or points, you can use a rubric, okay? Classify the different columns for the rubric, poor, fair, competent, or etc. You can do that. And then once you're done, click on Assign. The assignment gets sent to students. They complete the assignment, and then when you come to grades, this is where you will see all of the assignments that you've sent out to your students, as well as their grades. So everything under one view, okay? Now the next one here is my personal favorite, and I'm not sure if you guys have heard about SEL, Social and Emotional Learning, and this has to do with student well-being. Okay, now Microsoft Teams for Education has introduced a feature called Reflect, and this allows you as an educator to check in with your students. And this is done in such a clever and a fun way that it takes away the complexity or that urge of not wanting to do something to rather wanting to do something like gaming instead. So there's what we call happy monsters, and you'll see them in a second, but you can check in with your students with different types of questions. For example, the first one here is, how are you feeling today? A student can make use of emojis to say, this is how I'm feeling, right? And you'll see in a second that it will populate these happy monsters, and they are color sensitive. So anything that is red means they're not feeling too good. But if they're on the green side, it means everything's good, all right? So for example, this student here, Mateo, they are feeling stuck. But you can also see the previous check-ins. So it happens that just today I'm just having a bad day, but typically everything is green for me. So you could say, look, okay, fine, you're having a bad day, but what happens when you see a lot of red? This is an opportunity for you to intervene, to say, hey, what's going on? If not you, maybe if the school provides counseling services, then you can escalate that to your support staff. Okay, so this is the feature for Reflect. And you can ask different types of questions. For example, the third one here is, how are you feeling about the upcoming exam? Now, when I click here, you'll see that it's not good because we're talking exams. And most of the students are not too confident, right? And this, remember, I said this is done in a very fun way. But reading the temperature, you can tell that, hey guys, I can see there isn't much confidence for the upcoming exam, so how about we do some revision? Okay, we've got a week left, and I'll probably check in with the upcoming exam maybe 1 or 2 days before the actual exam. So I love this feature, and hopefully you guys make use of it. So remember, all you need is your school account. That's it. You sign into office.com, sign into Teams, and you should be able to make use of this. Okay, and then I've covered assignments. The next thing I want to cover, guys, is your assistive technologies. And remember I said that this isn't only for differently abled people. Anyone can use this. For example, in fact, I think this is something we should have done at the very beginning. So there's a feature within Windows 11 called captioning. So what I'm going to do is on the taskbar, I'm just going to click on the bottom right, and I'm going to navigate to accessibility. Now, there are a couple of them, but I'll only choose live captions for now. And when I switch this on, what will happen is it will launch this window here. And similar to watching movies, you notice how at the bottom you would see subtitles. So for students that are hard at hearing, they can make use of this, where I'm going to come up here and I'm going to choose, under preferences, I'll choose include microphone audio. Okay, I'm going to include microphone audio. Let's try that again. Okay, my mic is muted. Let's try that again. Okay, apparently my mic is muted. There. Okay, cool. Let's try that one more time. Excellent. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this right here at the top. And if this works, you will see that as I'm speaking, it is captioning my words in real time. So you could be in a loud environment and you're not making out what's being said, or you are hard at hearing. You can switch this feature on, and as and when you speak, the text will be transcribed in real time. So again, these are tools that are available. I'm sure most of you are making use of Windows 11, and you can make use of this anytime. Okay. And because with movies, we prefer text to be at the bottom, you can also position this at the very bottom, okay? But because, okay, well, it's high enough and you guys can see it. So this is live captions. You can make use of this inside Teams in a meeting where it's captioning everything, but this is built into Windows. And you might be wondering, okay, Banele, if I need to play a video and it's in English, will I be able to make use of this feature? Yes. Whether the video is online or offline. Do I need internet? At first. Because when you activate this, it will download a package, and then after that, you can make use of this feature even if it's offline, even if you're not connected to the internet. Okay, so how do you guys, or what do you think of this feature from 1 to 5? All right, excellent. I'm glad. Okay, so the next one is with regards to an article that came out recently that grade 4 learners in SA, when it comes to reading and comprehension, they can read, but the comprehension is not there. And Charmaine will show a little bit more on how she uses reading progress. But what I want to show you right now is a feature called immersive reader. Ever heard of immersive reader before? Okay, so let me just show you guys what this can do. Now, I've got OneNote open, but you can make use of Word, the browser, and you can activate immersive reader. So just like the name explains, immersive reader, it immerses you in a reading experience. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on View. I'm going to click on View right here, and I'm going to choose immersive reader. So what's going to happen is it takes away all the distractions, and it's just you and the text. Okay, similar to when the blue team was gaming, as much as there was noise around, but then the players were focused into the game itself. Right, so it's going to launch immersive reader, and it's going to take the text that was on the screen, okay, and it immerses you in a reading experience. Now, in terms of preferences, some students are hard at seeing, right, and you can apply different options so that it's easier for them to read. So some of these options include these text preferences, where I can change the background to a dark background. I can change the size of the text, okay? Let me go back to white. And I can also add spacing. It so happens that sometimes when we read text that is closer to each other, it happens that we sometimes, at the end of the sentence, we repeat the very same sentence, okay? So if we increase the spacing, it makes it easier for the young ones to read. So I'll go ahead and choose increase spacing. And then the next option here is grammar tools. And the first option is syllables right here, where you can split words, or they can split words into their different syllables so that it's easy for them to read. For example, we've got teaching and learning right here on top. When I switch this on, you will see that there are dots in between the words, okay? So typically a student would read in the following way: teaching, teaching, and learning, learning, teaching and learning. And the more they practice, the better they become at reading, okay? So below that, we've got parts of speech, and these are color-coded. So we've got nouns, verbs, adjectives, and adverbs. So if I want to see all of the nouns in this paragraph, I will toggle the first one here, and anything that's in purple is a noun, okay? If I want adjectives, I'll toggle the adjectives one, and anything in green is an adjective, okay? Sometimes, because English isn't, for most South Africans, it's not their first language, you will see that the third option here has an option for picture dictionary, and we're talking about the young ones. So for example, when I click on teaching, if this works, let's see here, learning, important. Okay, so for some words, immersive reader will generate a picture dictionary so that a little bit more context is given to the student. So if I'm failing to understand what is important, then it will show me right here in terms of a picture. Okay, now I want to show you something that I think for me, this basically says when it comes to education, and I'm not just saying this because I work for Microsoft, but I think the proof is in the pudding. Because we've got different languages, we can translate text to a couple of them, your Zulu, Sotho, Tswana, Xhosa, Afrikaans, etc. But we've introduced what we call text to speech, okay? And a bit earlier, when I showed you the live captions, that is speech to text, because I'm saying it and you guys were seeing the speech, correct? Now there's also text to speech where the computer is now reading out for you. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start in English, and let me just switch off these. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the play button, and hopefully you guys will be able to hear.
Teaching and learning are important processes that are linked to the acquisition of knowledge, values, traditions, skills, and behaviors.
Cool. So this is in English. Panela, can I slow it down? Yes, I can. When I click on this button here, I can choose between two voices. I can choose female, I can choose male, or I can speed it up. Now, if you've ever been in the presence of someone that is hard at seeing, they tend to listen to audio at double the speed. So they've got that option right here. But what I want to show you right now is that I'm going to translate the text, and I'll also include the text-to-speech feature. So this is in Zulu. And I'm going to play this back, and I'll need you guys to tell me on a scale of 1 to 5, does this sound like a natural Zulu-speaking person? Not robotic, but you wouldn't actually tell if whether is this a human being or not. So let me go ahead and play that for you. Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 5, what do you guys think? 5. Cool, right? So there's other languages. So remember I said that there's your translation, right? Because this is text to speech, but as far as translation, you've got Zulu, as I mentioned, Xhosa, Sotho, Tswana, Afrikaans. So in terms of text to speech, at the moment it's only Zulu and Afrikaans. But because we've got your clicks and your, the way we pronounce, we're getting there. But this is the first step in being inclusive, okay? So, because of time, guys, there's a lot that I wanted to show you, but Charmaine is gonna show you how she uses these tools in her classroom, and everything that I've demoed for you today, guess what? It is available on the smartphone, everything. Immersive Reader is available on the smartphone, okay? And you've got more options. You can scan documents. You can do much more on the smartphone. So I'm going to pause here, and I'm going to thank you guys for your attention. And I'm going to hand over to Charmaine. HDMI. Yes, this one works. Just needs to go green. Yes, now it works. Type C.
Good afternoon.
Just ask Bianca if she's got a pen.
My name is Charmaine Ordia, and I'm a teacher like most of you are. Yay. And I've always wanted to do this. Not at all. Hang on a second. Please go to the bathroom. I've always wanted to do this. So here goes. I have a dream. Does that sound familiar? Martin Luther King. I'm not trying to be him, but I do have a dream. I believe we all should have a dream that is of a world that does not yet exist. And here's my world. I have a dream of a world where little boys and little girls who need can have. I dream of a world where little boys and little girls who want may. And I have a dream of a world where anybody who has the audacity to be amazing, who has the gumption to go out there and do what somebody else has not thought of, will have the tools to do that. That is my I have a dream speech. It's not my I have a plan speech. My I have a plan speech came along when I met Microsoft, and they changed my entire world. Now, I am not planning on frying your brain completely, because if I have to tell you about every single thing that you can do in Microsoft, it's mind-boggling. You literally need to go and sign in and play around. It's really, really fun. And teachers are very creative people. And we're competitive. I saw that blue team, hey? I was on your side. So go and play around with it. But I today want to show you what I've used in my classroom. So I'm a grade 7 English teacher. How many of you are language teachers around here? Of any language, right? And maths teachers, I saw the maths teachers. There aren't as many maths teachers. Okay, and sorry for everyone else, because all subjects are not created equally. English is one of those where you need a 50% pass mark, right? So, how do you get that? And how do you get learners to suddenly start reading properly when the Department of Education has said to us, reading is poor, understanding is even poorer? How do you get people to come around when you have been at this fourth industrial revolution thing for 2 decades, except some people have just heard of it. And if you tell them, let's do this, they are petrified of it and they would do anything not to do it. Right. So here's my solution to some of my dreams that I am making come true on a daily basis. The first one I want to tell you about is the one where I present fortification lessons. I like using that word because it makes my grade 7s feel very important when they do it. I do lessons online with my children to extend my classroom. I don't always reach every single child in the classroom, so I have a compulsory fortification lesson. You know these Teams meetings that you do? I have a Teams meeting on a Monday evening from 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock with grade 7s. And I have about 119 of them logging in, but I have 150 students. I have letters for each one who can't log in. And when they don't log in, there is a recording that's placed inside a team. I'm going to show you in a moment. And that recording they can access. But what's more is, if you're preparing for my test, you can still access that recording and you can go over the work. You can do it 100 times if you feel like it, and nobody will know that you've done it. Then, our children do not all have devices. I teach at Bryandale Primary. We are a public school. We do not have fancy resources, although I think we're very fancy right now because we've got a nice computer lab. But how do I share this with 1,200 children? Those things that I create, and I encourage teachers to do too, we download on a memory stick for any child who needs it. So if you have a memory stick and you just have any device at home, you can plug it in. You don't even need Wi-Fi. You can watch my recording. And there's always work to do. So I check the work 5 days later. It has to be done within 5 days. And it is, by the way. The next thing that I can do is I keep the computer lab open every single afternoon from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock, except for a Friday. And students can come in, book a slot, and they will have a teacher who assists them with whatever project you have. There's always a way around things. Right, let me get back to my computer. So what you see in front of you is my team platform. This is for our school. I create this every year. Oopsie. And it's quite a few teams, eh? So let me quickly tell you what they are. There's a team for every single class, a register class team. On the register class team, you can open it up, have a beautiful conversation with your teammates, your classmates. You can paste a little photograph of your new dog. You can wish your friend happy birthday. We practice online skills in real life with a teacher who sits there and monitors everything. There you can be informal, but we never write slang. And we have a register class for each one. So teachers will post homework, they will generally communicate here, and children are welcome to communicate too. And there you will see it. We actually have children posting homework here. We have a PRC, and the PRC's duty is to go home and go and post this, or at break time to go and post this. Another team that we have is a subject team. So here you see a couple of the grade 7 subjects. Each teacher who teaches a subject has a team. In your team, you upload stuff. Here's my team. Right. And I create a channel for every term. And at the end of the term, I say, this channel is now closed. I want you to go to the new channel. But in here, you can see children communicating with me. You can see prepared reading assignments. You can see children downloading stuff for me to have a look at. And you can see me chatting to them. Up here is a file. And in here, I upload every one of my fortification lessons and some other stuff that I have. Now, you might say, why on earth must I work for technology? I don't believe in that, hey? I don't work for technology. Technology must work for me. If it does not make my life easy, I don't use it. Every one of these things makes my life easy, but I'm leveling the playing field every day of my life. You know, you're sitting with a child's life in your hand, but you're sitting with much more than that. You're sitting with our future, your future. Every decision you make for every child, you are either crushing it or you're opening it and you're setting this little butterfly free to fly. Just on that note, remember, they are going to be choosing your pension fund and what to do with your pension fund one day, and in which old age home you're going to go to. Be nice to them, hey? Right. Now, I specifically wanted to know who of you were language teachers, because I wonder if you have the same kind of passion that I started off with this new project thing that we have to do, third term project. Who knows what I'm talking about? Okay? And then you have to get this stuff, and you have to bring it to class, and you've got children bringing glue and glitter and all sorts of things, and they find stuff from a book, and they write it down, and they put it on a poster, and they give it to you, and you give them a mark. And you think, what have I achieved by doing this? Group work, right? Nah, because I assure you, someone's mom bought most of the stuff. Someone's mom asked for this thing to come home if you allowed it, and somebody was better than somebody else and preferred to do all the work. In fact, they just told everyone to keep quiet and they would do the work. That's not group work. Now, solidly embedded in what I do here is the 21st Century Learning Design Tools. Have you ever heard of them? It's wonderful. If you wanted to learn anything from Microsoft, there are free online courses. You're welcome to come and chat to us afterwards. We'd love to show you where they are. It's the 21st Century Learning Design Tool. It's probably the most important thing I've ever done in my life. It opened the world for me. In my projects, I have started by using proper collaboration tools. So here at the top, what you see are 5 teams. They are classroom teams, but if you open them, what you see here on the side is a private channel for 4 students who are working together in a team, in a group. In this, let me open project, which one shall I open? Gold. Project Gold. In here, you can see communication. Project Gold is encouraged to communicate with each other. Remember, they can do this on any device. Up here is a meeting that I've created for them. They can log into the meeting at any time that they want, and they can actually meet face to face whenever it suits them. I'm also notified of the meeting on my phone and every other device that I have. I can switch it off if I want to, but I don't. I want to know when they meet. And I have a real live record of what every student does. I have the date, the time, and this serves as their mark for collaboration and communication. And because they are collaborating and communicating, I can see that every single person takes part, and I can see what their share is in doing so. So we do work in groups and pairs. We want there to be a shared responsibility. We want them to make substantive decisions, and we want each student to work interdependently. So how do they do this? Through skilled communication. And skilled communication is not just the tools you teach them to speak properly, but also to use technology, to communicate with each other in the process, but also to communicate their product, which I'll show you in a moment. And then there's the knowledge construction. I cannot tell you, it is my pet hate that somebody makes me sit down and copy something from a book and put it on a piece of paper that I had to write out by hand and it looks ugly, when I can use a computer to create something amazing. Now, my students in the English class were challenged with something. They had to create film elements. They had to study a film and a book. They had to find the emotive language, and they had to find the film elements. I expected them to create their own photographs, which we did at school, to incorporate the different elements. They posted them here in Teams. I'm just waiting for this to download so I can get to the very top of this. This is a team who communicates quite extensively. And at the, let me just get to the very top of this. And at the end of this project, they're going to take their film, and I'll give you my example because I don't want to give away their work yet. They're not done with it yet. But the example, here we go. There's emotive language. I just want to show you the, okay, I'll get to it now. The example that they are creating, I assess, here we go, in the form of a sway. This was the sway that I presented to them, but I expect them to do something similar. And the sway is presented in 3 different elements. It is the emotive language, the film, and how the two are married in the story. And they present it like this through something that they've created. Don't you think that photograph looks a bit better than one that I could draw? I promise you, they can go online and find anything they want. They are creating the most amazing projects that look like professional people, adults, did this. By doing it how? Well, not every person is good at writing. Not every person, neither are you. You might be good at writing, but I bet you get your wife to spell check your stuff, or somebody. Or you, maybe you're good at drawing, but you suck at computers, or something like that. We always have a team. We surround ourselves with people who can help us, and that's what we do here. We have little groups of people, and they communicate to create a collaborative project. And at the end, I assess this project. So the first part of it is, in the 21st century learning design skills, is self-regulation, where we don't just give the children a thing and say, whoa, you failed. We want to set up our children to succeed, but it takes work, hey? Because if you take that project and you have to create something and give it to them, and then they go and correct it, it means you're marking it twice. That is hectic. Guess what I've just discovered? I have just, within an hour and a little bit, done this for every single child. Okay. All that writing, except I didn't write a single word. I dictated it. If you want to write something down for yourself, this is the coolest function. If you press Windows and H, I'm going to do it for you quickly. Windows H. Do you see what it does here at the bottom? That is a dictate function. I spoke to the child as I read through this, and it typed everything. Absolutely everything. Yes, I did go back because it's Americanized and I am the English teacher, And I am a grammar Nazi, so I went in and I fixed it up a little bit. But each child got that, and it didn't take me much time. And I think their parents are going to think I'm pretty cool. And I posted it for them on Teams, right here. And I said, thank you for your submission, and there you go and correct it. All of that can be done within my team. Now, this is just one way in which you do it. This grade 7A, I've got one for every class. So we've got 5 classes. Here they are. I teach these 2. And if you open it, you see the locked channel or the private channel for every group where they can communicate and collaborate. Right, so I've spoken to you about the fortification lesson. I've spoken to you about how I do projects. Now, if you have a project like this, maths teachers, how cool would it be if you were to not do a maths project? The English team can do their project and you can just use it to mark. And you're wondering, how on earth do I marry the two? Our children had to create a Microsoft quiz as part of their assessment. So we had 4 people in the group. One person had to create the quiz. One will create a Microsoft sway based on the filmography. In the quiz, they had to add pictures and emotive language. They had to collaborate about this. And at the end, they're going to hand in a Word document, which I will mark, that will speak about something else, data handling. And the data handling comes from the quizzes. And how do I get these quizzes? Well, the children share them to me with a link. I then go in here, and I'll give you a simple example of one of them. And here we go. Sorry, let me just close that for you. And there it is. And if you click on this link, you will find the quiz. I'll show you the link now. Any one of those links, our children now have access to at home. And the children in the school fill in the quizzes, which basically ask, which picture do you like most? Which one is more scary? Which emotive language do you think makes the person sound more evil? And that sort of thing. And the data that you obtained from there comes in the form of pie graphs and bar graphs. And so easy for children to understand that they're now going to write an essay. Imagine if you're the maths teacher and you can do data handling from that, and that's your project. In fact, what if you were the life skills, life orientation teacher, and you could add some life orientation skills in there, and you have one project, and you can assess 5 different areas on it. I think we're going in that direction rather than spending hours and hours on projects in term 3 for 5 different subjects when you can do it in one and you can do it beautifully online. Right, and then the last bit that I wanted to show you is assessments. Now, Banelli said he showed you some amazing stuff with assessments. This thing that I want to show you is something that I started at our school. Children don't like reading so much, hey? Or some of them do, but the ones who don't like reading are the ones you actually want to read. Microsoft has just created something that is beyond amazing. It's called the, I always say, it's called the reading progress, not reading assist, reading progress, where we judge the progress of learners based on their reading. And how do we do it? First of all, I want to show you how I do it. I create one for everyone in the school. It's very easy. I'll show you how quickly it takes. It takes about 5 minutes of my time to create a project for every single person, 1,200 of them. And it monitors them by itself. AI does it. It assesses them. It tells them how amazing they are. It picks up what their individual mistakes are. It practices the correction of it, and it gives me the data in a percentage. And at the end of this, I download the data, and all I ask is for my principal's hand, because a grade 7 will sell their soul to go and shake the principal's hand on stage. So if they have read and they have improved on themselves, or if they have above 80%, which they can practice it over and over until they get it right, they may come on stage. And that way we are able to show, that way we are able to progress them. Okay, so let me quickly open this one for you. I've just added this one, and I want to show you what a student view looks looks like of this before I go on. So I write a message to them. I say to them, this is our readathon. We'd like you to read. This is just for fun. It's not compulsory. They like the word not compulsory. But we tell their parents, if you want your child to improve, make them read. Right. So you need a device. And when you have a device, you click here at the bottom. I'll show you how to find the passages, because Microsoft has a whole library of passages for you from grade 1 to grade 7 that you can already upload. And once it's in there we go. You see me. And as soon as I'm ready to start reading, I click start. This is what the child sees. And then you start reading and reading. Now, in Reading Assist, you can make it bigger, you can change the color, and so forth. So if you have a child who's dyslexic, they would be assisted there, but you carry on reading. You can set the time. You can say, I don't want you to read for 2 minutes. I just want 1 minute's reading, okay? But when you get to the bottom, you say, I'm done. And there is your video. Now, you can try again. If you're not happy with it, you can try again. And now this child can actually listen to themselves. I can switch this on, which I'm not going to do. That would be embarrassing. But you can actually see yourself reading. You can see what mistakes you make. And you can correct them in the next try. That's why I said, if you get above 80%, you come on stage and shake the principal's hand, because you're a hero. And they like it. Right. Once you're ready with that, you say submit. Now, unfortunately, because I'm in student view, I can't show you that. But what happens if you submit? Immediately, this thing pops up with a whole lot of colors, and it says, you have the following omissions. You've left out these words. You've added extra words. You have mispronounced some of them. And your percentage of accuracy is at the top immediately. It basically tells you you're awesome. And then when you're ready to submit it, you say submit, and if not, then you just try again. But let's say you submit. It then picks up 4 or 5 words that you have mispronounced, and it says to you, say after me. And then it pronounces the word, pronunciation. And then you say it. And then it says again, pronunciation. And you have to pronounce it until you get it right. And then it says, well done. You can say pronunciation. And then the next word comes on. It is actually quite cool. So let me show you how to do that if you want to go and try it out. So you need to be in teams, and you need to go to assignments. If I can just get there quickly. Okay, let me get out of here. This, by the way, is what the data looks like. So I can see who's viewed it, who hasn't returned it yet. So the people who viewed it are people who are still practicing. So I will have a real live data, and I can export it in an Excel spreadsheet there, in which case I can fix the, in which case I can actually present the department with data of children and how they are reading. You know that DEAR program? I kept thinking it's drop dead and read, but it's drop everything and read, that one. Right. I'd like to show you quickly how to do this. If I can just get out of here and get back to assignments. There we go. Look at this quickly. I'm going to go quick. Create a new assignment. And I want to present it to a class. Let's say to that class. And there we go. And as soon as it opens up, I can pick here on the side which day I want it to be shown, which day I want it to close, and I can add a rubric if I want, but I'm not going to do that here. I can give it a title and so forth. Write some detail, put a picture there, inspire them. And here, when I click here, I can go to reading progress. Now, if I do reading progress, I can do one of two things. I can import my own PDF, any PDF document that you have, it transforms it into a proper readable document, or I can go to the sample library. And let's say I have grade 4s. And I would like to have something about there. And select. Then suddenly, there we go. I have this. And what if you don't like some of the pronunciation there or the Americanisms? You can change it. And once it's done, you submit it, you say next. I'm not going to say next because it's going to post it to my grade 7s. They won't think I'm funny. And you have this popping up on their screens, reminding them that this happens. Right, so I'm going to end with this. I would like to say to you that Teams is probably the platform that has changed my entire life. There is nothing you cannot do on Microsoft Teams. You just need to play around a bit, or you need to contact people who are willing to help you. I'm one of them. And I'm just a teacher. And I'm not going to look down on anyone. And if you ever wondered if I struggled, yeah, I do. If you want to find out if I will help you, come see me at the back. Take my number, call me, I'll come and visit you. I would love to help you, and I'd love to help people in your school get on board with this. So I'd like to thank you for your time, but before I go, I want you to remember who you're holding in your hands and who's going to be paying for your pension, because they're doing it to mine too. Take care of our children. Thank you for your time.
No, it's my laptop, it's fine.
Okay.
You are amazing. Thank you, colleagues. Let's give Banele and Shamin a big round of applause. Thank you. Colleagues, it's now 13:27. We are going to break for lunch for 45 minutes. Let us be back at 14:15. Colleagues, we received a report that people were pushing one another there. Colleagues, please, we have enough food. Food is enough. We requested the caterer to prepare more serving stations. Just relax. We are going to eat, all of us. And please, as you walk out to lunch, colleagues, please make sure that you have registered, because the certificates are going to be sent to you online. Online, make sure that as you walk out at the registration station there, please make sure that you have registered, or you may go for lunch, you will register when you come back. But at the end of the day, finish, yeah. Then they go and eat. Then they look.
Colleagues, because it's Saturday, we are just left with a few items. Let's finish and then we eat later.
Oh, thank you. The mother of the house has spoken. Then I will now take, all right, I will now take Richard on the, thank you, colleagues. The mother of the house has spoken. I'll now take Ntate Richard Wright on unpacking educational technologies and learning activities for a blended classroom. It's a practical session, and after Ntate Richard, we are going to have Ntate Pintias Nkuna with designing for inclusivity. Then we would be wrapping up. Thank you, Richard. Over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm not going to be too long. I hate keeping people from their food. I mean, that's the worst position to be in. So we're just going to do focus on two areas. I just want to introduce you to the Online Academic Development Open Virtual Hub. So a lot of the material that we cover on here is on there, and you can actually enroll for it for free. So all the Microsoft, if you want to go brush up on Teams, you want to, anything that you saw today that might interest you is available on that platform. Just quickly want to see here. Where is the signal? Let me just get this sorted. Okay, looks like it's going through now. It's a bit blue. Okay, no, that looks all right. Okay, so I'm just going to jump right into the first section. So the activity that we're going to be doing today is on Flip. Have any of you used Flip before? It used to be called Flipgrid. I see there's one, so there's quite a few that has done it. So what I want you to do, just in preparation, is to open up your, on your phone, just Google for flip.com. You might have to download the app on your phone and then just sign in on that app. I'll show you the link right now. This thing is really thinking hard today. Okay, so if you just open up your browser, just search for Flip. It's so it will then direct you to, if you need to download the app, you can just go to your Play Store or the iOS Store, and you should be able to download it from there. So in your browser, just go type at the top. You can even just type in flip.com. And then for now, just if you need to download or sign in, remember if you're going to sign in, the options, it does give you an option to register an account. Or what you would do is you'll sign in with your Microsoft account. So if you've already got access to your Microsoft account, just sign in directly with your Microsoft account. Okay, so I'll just show this on a little bit bigger. Okay, do all of you have it? Flip.com. So just follow the instructions on there to sign in while we introduce some of the other topics. So the first website that I want to show you is the ADOVH website. I'm going to show the QR code for you now. Sorry, this computer was running Pepper, and I think Pepper just drained all its power. Let's check. Denzel. Denzel. Do you have perhaps my laptop? Do you perhaps have your laptop? Hmm? Eh? Yeah, my laptop just suddenly crashed. I'm going to ask Pintias to quickly do their section for 10 minutes. So get the flip ready, and then we'll get started with very quickly.
Amen. Take the mic. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Ntatenkuna Pintias is going to present on the, he will say it himself. Pintias, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. Good afternoon, colleagues. Unfortunately, I could not ascend the stage. I'm high challenged. Maybe if you can stand up, you can see me. Yeah. My name is Pintias Nkuna. The presentation is for myself and Mesofi Mabaso, who's our sign language interpreter. I heard earlier Prof, introduce us to a number of languages. Then we'd like to introduce you to sign language as well. Please, maybe you can scroll. Colleagues, this session confirms the institutional commitment to provide access to learning opportunities to everyone, irrespective of your condition or your disability. Next slide, please. Colleagues, I just want to show you a few pictures on the screen. There's a young man on the screen, on the far left. You can see he's in high school, full of dreams. And then if you move to the right, you can see this young man is also a talented singer. I'm sure, can you see that? Okay, that's great. If you go down, you can see this young man recently acquired a disability due to a tragic accident. If you move to the left, I'm sorry, then this young man enrolled with UNISA. Colleagues, are you aware that all of us here are not safe? You can acquire a disability. Colleagues, it is therefore important that you embrace technology. All the information that was provided to you earlier, please make sure that you grab it. Because immediately you acquire a disability, you'll rely on technology. If I may ask colleagues, have you ever met that gentleman there? Where did you meet him? Oh, okay, thank you, colleagues. I'm glad you can still recognize me even though now I've grown an epic. Yeah, please, Chair, please move. Colleagues, we decided to bring this brief video of Luna 8. We don't wanna, I can't say I don't wanna stand in, between you and your lunch because I cannot stand. I don't wanna sit between you and your lunch. Because if I sit between you and your lunch, you know, my Mercedes here won't allow you to pass. Colleagues, can you please listen to this video so that you can see that even though you are not yet a person with a disability, or you have a disability which is hidden, or you are still in denial. Because colleagues, it is reality. Some of us, we have disabilities, but we deny ourselves as persons with disabilities. Please, may I please play the video?
Luna 8 instructional video. Zoomax Luna 8 is an 8-inch handheld video magnifier for low vision. It features an intuitive compact design with crystal clear images. Luna 8 is perfect to use anywhere, anytime.
Can we all hear?
Press the release button on the back cover to open the foot stand. Then press the power button for 3 seconds to turn the unit on. You may turn it off the same way. Push both sides of the foot stand to close. Press the zoom in button to zoom in, and the zoom out button to zoom out. Close the foot stand, and turn the device upside down for distance viewing. Press the mode button to change color modes. There are 11 color modes, full color, and 10 high contrast colors. You may choose your favorite color modes in the settings menu. We will discuss this more later. Press the freeze button to freeze the image. Press the zoom in or zoom out button to change the magnification, and mode button to change the color modes. Press and hold the home button along with any of the freeze, mode, zoom out, or zoom in buttons to move the image up, down, left, and right respectively. Press the freeze button and the zoom in button simultaneously to save the image. The image will be saved to the gallery. We will discuss more about this later. Main menu. Press the home button to enter the main menu. There are 8 icons in the main menu. Gallery, LED lights, sound, brightness, intensity of contrast, color mode, reading line and masks, along with settings. Use zoom in and zoom out buttons to select one of them. To enter an option, press mode button. Press the home button to exit the menu. First, it's gallery. All images are saved here. Press the zoom in or zoom out buttons to cycle through the images. Press the mode button to open the saved image. You may zoom in and out. Change the color mode. For view details of the image using the panning function. To delete an image, press the freeze button and zoom out button simultaneously. Next, it's LED lights. There are 4 options. Select an LED light and confirm. Sound. Select sound on or sound off to turn the beep sounds on and off. We can change the screen brightness also. Use zoom in or out buttons to adjust the brightness. In high contrast colors, the intensity of contrast is also adjustable. You may change the intensity in real-time viewing. Just press the hold mode button and press zoom in or out button. Next, we will select high contrast color modes. Use zoom in or out buttons to move along different color modes. To select or deselect a color mode, press the mode button. A slash line on an icon means the color mode chosen is hidden. You will use the available ones in real-time view. Next, reading lines or masks. There are 5 options to choose from. The position of the reading line and width of reading masks are adjustable. Press and hold the home button, and press zoom in and zoom out buttons to change. You may also press zoom in and zoom out buttons to activate reading line and masks in real time, and adjust its position or width. The last is settings. It is recommended to consult your supplier for system settings. Press the home button or freeze button to exit the main menu. Transfer files. First, turn the laptop and Luna 8 on. Connect them with the supplied USB cable. Open the folder DCIM in your Luna 8. Then select the images and transfer them from the Luna 8 to your computer. Please note that you can't transfer images from PC to Luna 8. Thanks for watching this video. For more information, please visit zoomax.com.
Thank you, colleagues. After watching this video, do you think you can benefit from this gadget? Okay. You see, my colleague earlier mentioned that we tend to think that access technology is only meant for persons with disabilities. Now you see, you can use this when we are marking or even reading. Colleagues, most of us here are wearing reading glasses. Then you can give them maybe a day off. You are reading classes and make use of this device. Why not do that? Okay, colleagues, as I said that I won't take more time. Let me move to my last slide.
Luna?
Okay, colleagues, I'd like to leave you with this quote. It's from an anonymous source, quote unquote. Please understand, I have a disability, not a disease. You can't catch it. I may walk, talk, and move differently than you do. But on the inside, I'm not so different. I thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Ntate Nkuna. Another one, please, colleagues. Another round of applause for Ntate Pintias. Thank you. Over to you, Richard. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay. So let's try this again. The computer just wanted to go to sleep. So I'm going to go through the slides fairly quickly. So just to give you introductions, so as you met earlier, the ADOVH team, all the blue hats, I'm also part of the ADOVH team. So we do quite a lot of training with students to get them the skills for 4IR readiness. That's our big aim. And we realize there's a big gap when it comes to technology, where students, they've got access to these Microsoft 365, all these platforms, and they're not using it. So we've actually started this year already. We went to various regions, and we actually provided, with the collaboration with Microsoft, we went to the labs, we got the students in to the labs where they can access a computer, and we trained them on the software. Furthermore, we also made this available online. So the recordings are available online. We developed the course online so that they can actually access the courses in their free time. Because one of the things that we really discovered was most of our students are actually joining the sessions from 12 to 4. And the reason for that is that's when they get their nighttime data. And I mean, that is quite a commitment for every night to get up from 12 to 4. So you've got access to basically your nighttime data so you can do your assignments. So the first website I'm going to introduce you to, so you can scan the QR code or you can just take down the URL. It's adovh.unisa.ac.za. So this is an open platform. We develop it quite a lot for student support, but anybody can register on the site. So if you just select you're not a staff member, it will give you the option. You create your own account. You can access all the course material on there. So I'm just quickly going to show you the course. I'll show that now again. So if you're going to go to the course, it's just adovh.unisa.ac.za. Now, unfortunately, you will get this screen if you're going to go on today. That is really bad, but you can click on Advanced, Continue. So our security certificate has expired within this week, so ICT is going to renew it hopefully by Monday. So this is all the courses that's available on here. So the one I want to draw your attention to is the STU 400. So this is the one that covers everything that's to do with Microsoft 365. And we have it for videos and presentations. So you can go do the activities. There's a lot of students, even young students from schools, all of them are doing this on this platform. And what's nice about it, if you do a lot of, most of the activities, you also get a Microsoft certification that you have completed this basic introductory course. So we sometimes have these workshops. We'll also announce it on the site where we meet every Saturday for 3 hours and we work through this material. And that is where the practical session is, because you're at home, you watch it on Teams, and on the side you actually test out all these various tools. Now, one of the tools I want to show you that you might be also quite useful for you in your classroom is Sway. So we at a university, we find quite a lot, our students, especially if we meet on teams, the devices they use is basically their cell phones. So when you do provide material, say a PDF of a presentation, then maybe that's not suitable for them to consume easily on their mobile phone. So one of the tools that's actually available is Microsoft Sway. And with Sway you can do reports, you can do presentations, you can even embed forms and videos, all of that within this one platform. And what's nice about it, you share it, it's like an online website, students can access it through the link, and it adapts to the device that they're using. So they can even download the app, and they can use the app for quicker access as well. So I think also a lot of times people are getting tired of normal presentations. So you know, to really liven it up, this is quite an easy tool to use. You can even import your existing PowerPoint presentations and it will convert it, or even if it's a Word document, you might just have to adjust it a little bit. So I'm just going to show you an example of a Sway. Just to note as well, when you go to Sway, if you log into your Microsoft account, it might not display on the app launcher on the side. So you need to scroll down and click on Explore All Your Apps. And then from here, you will click again All Apps, then you will see all the apps that's available to you. So the one that we're going to look at is this one, Sway. So here's an example, for instance. So this is a Sway. It's in the form of a website where you can actually go through all the slides, and you can easily change it so it's, for instance, into a more of a presentation mode. So we can just say, for instance, here, let me go settings. So we can even set it so that it automatically loops through this presentation. We've got actually a built-in, how can I say, navigation that's built in for online use. And as I mentioned, if you're going to open this in your cell phone, it will adjust automatically to it. Now you might think, wow, looks very difficult to make. That's basically you're building a website. Well, it's actually easier than doing a PowerPoint, because you go into Sway, you start adding blocks. So you just say, this is my introduction. I add another one. I can add text. I can add images. And what's also really nice about it, you just search for images in here. So I can search here for robot, for instance. And you'll notice we've already got this Creative Commons icon ticked. So that means it just makes it a bit safer that you may use the content and distribute the content that you find within these searches. So you can actually build up this whole storyboard just every time you just click on plus, add. If you want to move something, you can just drag and drop it to a new section. Once you've got all your content, you just go to design. You can see there's a default design it will choose for you, but you can easily make it to, say, vertical, horizontal, or slides. And then if you want to change the look, you just select one of these themes that's already been created. So let's make it a little bit purple for today. And it will give you a preview here on the side. You can even play it to see what it will look like. But I just want to show you here, share. So from here you can actually share it with anyone with this link. So that means it's then publicly available. So you can give that link to anybody, they've got access to it. There's also a nice way for your own, perhaps to build your portfolio. And you link it to your LinkedIn profile to show what work you have done. So you can use this for personal blogs, but a good way is to actually use it for presentations. And as I mentioned, you can embed a form on here so you can get instant feedback. Especially if you're going to give material for students to use it in the evenings for the flipped classroom type of approach. So the next day you can focus on perhaps doing an assessment on what they have learned. So please, if you get time, go have a look at Sway. It's such a great tool. And as I mentioned, especially for mobile users as well, when they actually open it on a mobile device, they can put it in full screen mode. So it just makes it so much easier for everybody to consume content with this Sway. So the next tool that I just quickly want to introduce to you, and this is part of our course. So if you're going to sign in for the course, there's a specific area on Microsoft Edge. Now, how many of you are using Google Chrome? Still the most of us, I know. And you know, when Microsoft came to us and they said, oh, we've got all these tools on Microsoft Edge for education, I'm like, do you have Google Scholar? And they're like, no. But they've got quite a lot of other built-in tools that is actually very, very nice. So we'll just have a look at a few of them. The one is the immersive reader. As you saw previously, if you've got a website, you can open it up in immersive reader. It can read it out loud back to you. It really helps, for students for who English is a second language. Quickly, go through material. It reads it back so they know their pronunciation is correct. So it can use generally any website. You just highlight a section, you read out loud, and it will read all that text to you. Another nice thing is the collections tool. So it's here generally at the top, you just select collections, and then a lot of you might also be doing research. So now you're researching a topic or something that you want to prepare for your kids. You just drag and drop everything that you find, the books, the websites, in the collection. And then you go to its settings and you say, do the citations for me. It does the citations. You might just have to go fill in some of the missing information, but you don't now have to go and remember where you got all this information from. It makes it just so much easier. Another nice tool is the web capture. So you can just capture a section of a website page. You can draw on it. So just if you perhaps have a section that you want to use in your classroom, you can just capture it and make some editing on that specific page. Now this one, my friend, he's got young kids. He wish he never showed them this, and that's the math solver. So basically you can scan in any image, you can take a PDF, you can search for an algebra question, you go to the math solver, and then you highlight the section that you want. It solves that equation for you, but it also gives each step that it took, and with an explanation of why it did that step. So it just makes it a lot easier for students to perhaps, when you learn algebra, all of these, they get stuck, to quickly get that instant feedback. What is the actual steps that I need to take to solve this question? So let me just demo for you some of them. So if we open up, you can open up Edge. So I'm just going to go here, UNISA, Wikipedia. So say I want this to read this text for me, I can just highlight it, right click, and then read out loud selection.
The University of South Africa, UNISA, known colloquially as UNISA, is the largest university system in South Africa by enrollment.
About the voice?
It attracts a third of all higher
not completely
in South Africa.
American, because you've got all these voice options, so you can actually put it, say, for something more for South Africa, for instance, out the way of our dialect. So, we all get bored of these American voices always reading things to us. So, yeah, you can actually come and select from a few South African languages, and it will actually, and it sounds just so much more natural when you do that. So that's the read out loud. You can just scan any section. You can then read that specific section. One thing I do want you to note is these 3 dots at the top. Do not be afraid of them, especially under here. You've got all your different apps that you can access, and you've got all the various tools. So let me just take away that, for instance. Where is these tools now? For instance, more tools, here we go. So for instance, the web capture is here. So if I just want to capture this website quickly and do something, draw on it, or if I want to actually do a citation of this page, I can do it from here as well. And then I can always do the immersive reader as well. So let me just right click here. Let me just go into the immersive reader. Oh, it's here. So as you can see, now it's a lot easier on the eyes to read this page. The text is bigger. You know, especially if you do a lot of reading online, you can actually on this adjust the text preference, how big it should be. As Pintia said, accessibility tools actually can benefit all of us when we use the tools correctly. And what I also like about it, you can translate the information on here. Now, interesting, in Microsoft Word, they're still going to bring it to the Edge browser. You can actually translate to Zulu as well. They're still working on the other African languages, but you can actually do the read out loud back in Zulu as well. So a student can translate something from English and to Zulu, and then have it read to them in Zulu as well, and it sounds authentic. It's not, doesn't have that computer generated sound to it. So this is the immersive reader. Just right click, or you can click at the top tab to go insert the immersive reader. Now the one thing I just want to show you, and the last one, is this collections. So a collection, you just click at the top, you start a collection, and now you've got all your material. So I can add this website, so I just say here, add to collection, AI research, or I can just click here, add this current page. And so when I've done researching on a topic, then you can see here, I've got the citations already for this. It might tell you there's a few additional information that you must insert, but you can quickly access the website again just by clicking on it, and you can see what is the missing information that you need to add for your citation. It does do a few different ones like the Harvard, the APA. All of that can be set under the settings for this different types of referencing. And what's very nice about it, so when you're now ready, I've got all my research, I want to now export it, I just say send to Word or send to OneNote. It will actually create a Word document with your citations, in-text referencing, and the reference list at the end with all the links of everything that you basically studied. So this is a very great tool. As I said, on our course we do have this section on Microsoft Edge. Go and explore it. It's actually quite interesting what you can do with this browser, all these little hidden tools that can make your life a lot easier. But the last tool that we're going to do is the flip. So there was few that used it before. This is actually quite a nice tool. You know, when this also came out, I was thinking, oh, how are we going to use this, especially with our, say, even university students. But it provides an environment with which they are comfortable with. They're comfortable with TikTok, Facebook, all of these social platforms where they've got all these tools where they can express themselves. So once we introduced Flip to them, they really opened up. So they're in their own environment. If you were here with Denzel's presentation in the beginning, that was Flip responses. They could do it from the comfort of where they are, and they can really express themselves. So you must really think of it, it's almost like a group, a Facebook group that you're making, and then students can post videos to this. But what makes it a bit different, you can set what is the time limit of the video. You can make it that you must first approve it before it's published. So you've got, from the educator side, you've got full control of what can be done with this text, or with these videos. And I know a lot of us, we need perhaps that feedback from students for our evidence in text format. The videos actually transcribes everything the student says automatically. So once you want to export everything that the students expressed in their videos, you just go export, and it comes in an Excel file, all the text that they actually spoke during that session as well. So for this one, I'll just play this short video clip for introduction to Flip.
Get started on Flipgrid in 3 easy steps. Step 1, join the discussion. Use the join link or enter the join code that was shared by your educator. Ta-da! You're in. Step 2, record a video with your response to the prompt. Use any of the Flipgrid camera tools and feel free to get creative. Explore, have fun, be yourself. Yeah, even like that. Then step 3, take a selfie and submit your video. That's it. It's that easy to complete an assignment in Flipgrid. Now watch the comments in your classmates' videos come in and the discussions take off. Let's start learning together.
So that's just a quick introduction. So now it's your turn. So we said earlier the flip.com. So as you might know, when you landed on the page, they ask for a code. So the code is FAD1A773. And then there's an activity, introduce yourself. So just complete that introduce yourself activity, and then for this, before we end. Now, while you're busy writing this down, I just also want to find out from you, will you be interested in doing where we do a full day's, perhaps over online, where we take you through all these tools that's available on the course, where we take you from Microsoft 365, from basics, Outlook, OneDrive, and build it up all the way to the tools that we use here. Will you be interested if we host it online? Yes. So Denzel, we better plan that. So it's a lot of fun. We do it usually online. We can even invite students as well. You know, everybody shares their experiences in a Microsoft Teams meeting, and we usually have it on Saturdays or in the evenings when it's best suited for everybody. And we try and make it short, so it's, you know, you don't have to take in so much like we just dumped on you today. You take it step by step, you do activities, and in the end you're actually quite good with all of these tools. Okay, so if you got the code on Flip, so I'm just going to exit here quickly. So what you need to do with this one is, so you basically take this code, you go to the website, the Flip. Here it will tell you enter a join code. So you just type in the code over there. There will be a little arrow that displays. Let me just zoom in. So you just click on this arrow. So as I mentioned, it might ask you to sign in. So you will use your educator for your or your academic account with Microsoft. So if you don't have your account yet, you must find out from your ICT to get activated as quickly as possible to also get to have some fun. So you just sign in with your Microsoft account. So once you signed in, you will be already part of the group. So that's how easy it is to actually join a group. For students, you can basically create a group, you share it, you give them the link, they join the link, they're in automatically. So when you open this up, they say introduce yourself. Yeah, I see even from today already as well. You guys are quite quick. So all you need to do here is basically go and you say record. And this is now where you can customize it. It's not just a normal video recording. It's quite boring. You can actually put some backgrounds, emojis. A lot of people are perhaps shy. They don't want to show, for instance, their faces. Just before we continue, just remember this pop-up will come to allow your camera and microphone. Always click allow. And then just wait for it to load. So here you can set, for instance, a background. I'm going to choose the moon again because that's the highlight of the week, I think, where they went to the South Pole for a budget that's less than a Hollywood movie. So that's now we can also do it. So you can set backgrounds, you can draw on here if you want to, make shapes. All of this is, you can be very creative, even add some audio as well. So when you've set up your, how can I say, your backdrops and everything, you just select record. It will give you a countdown. You just do your introduction. Why would you want to learn Microsoft 365 or any of these additional online tools that's available? So we press stop. So just remember this white button. That's the start and the stop. And then here, hidden at the bottom right, we've got the next button. So the next one, it will actually play back what you said. So you can always add some additional music, some DJ music that if you like to really vamp it up. But if you're happy, you just go next, and then you can say, give an introduction. So it will just be my introduction for this one. And then we post the topics. So here, if you do it in your classroom, they might have to discuss something that they've learned, a topic, and then you can go now back to what they've posted, and you can actually then from there add some comments to it. Perhaps it's pronunciation. We've actually got an academic that uses it for the Arabic studies, because they can record it, you can go back and help them with their pronunciations with video correspondence. So thank you everybody for that's already posted. So there's only 4 of us that can go eat now. We'll wait for the others to finish. but thank you guys. So we'll keep in touch. We will let you know if we do that online training. I hope to see you there. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Let's give Richard another round of applause, please. Thank you. Before I call on Prof. Maganu to wrap up and give us the vote of thanks, colleagues, during lunch, please interact with us. Everyone with the jacket that looks like mine and the beret. Ask us questions. We had a question to say, how do we collaborate further with you? We are there, we are open to schools, we are prepared to support you. Prof. Maganu? Thank you, colleagues. You were a good audience.
Thank you, Program Director, and thank you to the team that is in the tuition support and facilitation of learning, the Adovh team. I want to thank our video media group there. I want to thank all the presenters, Microsoft, RBG Gaming, Vivian and your team. I want to thank you all for the wonderful work. I belong to all the teams. I want to say to the blue team, you did it today, but next time the red team is going to get you. They're going to get you. So it was fun. Imagine in a school context where learners looking forward to go to school because they learn through play. So that is great. I want to thank all the presenters, Banele, Charmaine, Bianca, and Tatenkuna, Program Director, the entire team of UNISA. Above all, Dr. Chetty, thank you for touching our hearts. Dr. Tsepe, thank you for touching our hearts. And to all the educators, you make me think of going back to school, you know. Eish, I miss those years. And in the audience, there's a student of mine. When we were still talking Form 1, Form 2, she seated there. She said, "Man." And these ones I met at UJ. So I just want to say teaching is a noble profession. And for me, I won't trade anything for being a teacher. I went to Heinemann Publishers for 2.5 years after acquiring my PhD. I said, I'm lost here. Then that's when I sought a post at UJ because the teacher in me was crying. So stay in that profession. No matter what the conditions are, God will see you through. Yes, He will see you through. And changing one life, you are changing society. You are building a family. This is our legacy. May the good Lord bless us till we meet again in the next workshop. Lunch is served. Thank you so much.
We thank your wife, Richard.
Yeah,